like a worm in the storm. A hungry hunger inside of me. I can't be reborn. I'm a monster, spreading hate, stealing time. I'm a monster, laying beds when it's cloudy. Oh, pilgrim inside of me. Tell me, what's my remedy? I'm a fraud, call me a liar. A true psychopath, don't love me. When you're lost, take your trust. Yeah, that's me. Like an onion, I'll liberate your tears. Your sweet passion, sweet fears. Oh, you're in good hands. They say I'm gentle, so don't be scared. Oh, I'm a monster. Every turn has its thrill. My game, my will. Pilgrim, don't let me, okay? No, I wanna be given the blame. Hold up, wait a minute, what you're talking about? Hold up, wait a minute, what you're talking about? Wanna be given the blame. I'm a fraud. 'Cause I'm a true psychopath. When you're lost, take your trust. That's me. That's so sick. I'm a fraud, call me a liar. A true psycho. Ooh, I'm a fraud, call me a liar. A true psychopath, don't love me. When you're lost, take your trust. Yeah, that's me. Oh, that's me, that's me, that's me. Yes, I'm a fraud. Call me a liar. A true psychopath.
Hello, and good morning to y'all. It is Thursday. We've almost made it through the whole week. I'm so proud of us. We've done so well. Good morning. Let me say hi to you guys. So let's start with good morning, Cray Cray. Good morning, Nadine, my boo. Good morning, Maria. Good morning, Sam. Hey, LG Goof or L Goofy. Good morning. Can't read apparently, so maybe I should just go back to bed and start all of this over. Hold on, did I say good morning to Petunia? Because I saw her. I think so. But if I didn't, good morning, Petunia. Hi. Welcome in. Good morning, A Million Sparkles. Good morning, Music City Mom. Good morning, Mia. Good morning, Get Me a Snack. All right. Good morning to you guys. Okay. So, yesterday there was a lot of basically the testimony was like following the money. That's really what the testimony was about yesterday. And one of the things that was testified to that we didn't get to hear because it was in the afternoon was that in November of 2020. Wait. No. Shit. I just heard it. I don't know what my problem is. Okay. In November, it was either 2019 or 2020, and now I can't remember. And now I feel like an idiot for even bringing this up because I can't remember. For some reason, it was right at the tip of my tongue, and now it's like gone out of my brain. But Chad wrote an email to a person looking to rent out a one-bedroom like condo in Hawaii. And yeah. Wait, no, shit. That's really my mission statement for today, apparently. But anyway, requesting information. They wanted to rent this condo in Hawaii. And the big deal about that is the timing of it and what he wrote in the email, which was that they are a couple looking for a one-bedroom place to rent, and they have no children. So hold on a minute, because this is really going to make me upset. Give me just a second. Oh, crap. Hold on a minute. Okay, 2019. So it was in 2019 that Chad sent this email requesting information about a place to rent. And, obviously it would have been after Tylee and JJ had already been murdered. And I think that the big tie-in about that is obviously timing, right? It's after. It's when it's the wording in the email, which is a couple with no children, which is important because you could kind of see like Tylee, right? Because she was going to be turning 18 and going off to college, right? That was the story. But JJ wasn't going anywhere, and he was still a minor and would have still been under Lori's care. So for them to be saying that, and this is, about the time, this is also the time when, Kay and Larry Woodcock were putting out they wanted a welfare check done because of all, how Lori was being. And so that's really important. And how it ties into Chad is it's really hard for anybody to believe that Chad had no idea, like Chad had zero idea. It works the same way with Lori, right? Conversely, Chad, let's say it was Chad and Alex, right? That are the ones that actually took the lives of JJ and Tylee. Okay. How's Lori not asking questions? Okay. Those are her children. Conversely, Lori came into the relationship with two children who were living with her. We're not talking about the total number of children. We're talking about the children that were living with her when they began this relationship, right? And now all of a sudden there's no children living with her. And if Chad had nothing to do with it, why is he not asking questions? I mean, those I would ask those questions, And I want to say good morning to Chick Tracy and Mia. And who else came in while I was talking? Oh, in my opinion, allegedly, don't come for me. So, yes. And then Cray Cray wants to know, do I think that Lori is crazy? See, and Punksy, I forgot Punksy. Oh my gosh. Good morning, Punksy. I'm so sorry. It's good to see you, babe. Thanks so much for being here. Hey, Amanda Love, good to see you. Okay. Now, let me get back to this question. Do I think that Lori is crazy? No. I don't think that Lori is crazy in the legal sense, nor do I think that Lori is crazy in the psychiatric sense. where she doesn't have control of her faculties. Do I think that Lori has some type of mental health situation going on? Yes, I do. But as I think that she is very lucid. And I think what I'd really like to do at some point is go back. And I know that Alex Erickson did this, but I think that it bears like listening to again. When Dr. Torres testified in the Letitia Stout trial for the state, she explained about the testing that they do, what they look for, all of those things, right? For insanity, for the insanity defense. But one of the things that she didn't completely explain or go into great detail about, because it didn't really apply in Letitia's case, was the religious aspect of the insanity defense, because obviously Letitia wasn't, putting that wasn't part of her defense. But what I found interesting is that it's a very fine line for mental health professionals when it comes to delusions, religion, because faith is exactly that. Faith is, you have faith because it's not something that is tangible. You can't see it, you can't hear it, taste it, touch it, all of those things, right? So it's personal to each individual. While there are many people in, for example, the Catholic religion, okay, not all Catholics think the same or would describe their faith in the same way or would describe their relationship with God in the same way. It's like that with every religion because every person is individual. So it's very, very difficult. And I think that makes it very complicated when it comes to Lori. And Chad for that matter. I definitely think that Lori has a little something going on, but I don't think that what she has is so severe or serious that it impacts her decision making and knowing right from wrong in any way, shape, or form. Because I'll give you a very, very good example. And I hate using her, but she's the only person that I know for a solid fact that I truly believe completely fits the intention behind the not guilty by reason of insanity plea, and that is Andrea Yates. And she's a good example in this case too, because her postpartum psychosis was coupled with religion. And what she believed in her true delusions was that her children were possessed. They had demons, like literal demons, not like the metaphorical demons, but actually they were possessed by actual demons. And that the only way to save their souls was to take their lives. So that's what she did. But let's look at what she didn't do. What she didn't do was at any time try to hide, cover up, evade, capture, or punishment for what she did. She sat there in her house and didn't try to run. She didn't try to hide cover up her crime in any way, shape, or form. And she sat there and she waited for the police. And so that is the difference between her and somebody like Lori Vallow. What gets me with Lori Vallow is the amount of things that she did in an effort to cover things up from the very beginning, starting with Charles Vallow. She told multiple people different stories about how he died. She, then when it comes to JJ and Tylee, she allegedly told, I don't completely believe everything that Melanie Gibb says, but let's just go with what Melanie Gibb says, okay, just for the sake of this argument. She told Melanie Gibb different stories at different times about where the kids were and why Melanie needed to lie. We don't completely know exactly what she told Melanie P, because, Melanie be dodging a subpoena. Like, I don't even know a good metaphor for that, so I'm just going to leave it there because she irritates me. Anyway, but you take my point. She, when you do things to cover up what you've done, it's because it's wrong. It's consciousness of guilt, and and you're trying to hide from it. And so, in my opinion, that truly, truly negates any type of not guilty by reason of insanity on the legal side of it. And it also, I think, negates it just generally speaking. So, yeah. Hey, Christina J, good to see you, babe. Christina says, hey, Jen, Lou, and crew, rainy day in my area, so I'll be cleaning a closet while listening. Thanks for the company. Well, you're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for being here. And while we're talking about being here,
and Kai, when you're on Jen Lou's channel, what do you do with the like button?
Smash, smash, smash! Yeah.
and I think I have one more thing I want to show you guys. I think I still have it, but I might not. It's been a minute. How about this? Oh, hey, this is at our Field of Fire podcast. Melanie, look at Melanie G. Girl. That Lori gave her that haircut. Uh-oh. Look what else I found. The bangs. Just a little levity there for you guys. Just a little levity. So, hey, Crime Wars. Good to see you. Hold on. I want to get your comment because why can't I find it? I just saw it. But hi, I'm glad you guys are here. Welcome in, everyone. I just saw your comment. How come I can't find it now? Here it is. With the whole goddess thing, do you think there was some jealousy of Tylee's youth? No. Because I think that Lori thinks that, like, just look at this picture. All right, where's that picture I just had up? Give me a sec. Here it is. Well, here's another one of Melanie and Lori. I don't actually think that I don't think Lori was jealous of anybody except Tammy. But I don't think, what's this one? Oh, right. I remember why we have this one up. What's in Melanie's bottle there? Where's that other picture? I don't think that Lori is jealous of any woman. And the only reason I think that she might have, that she had jealousy of Tammy Daybell is because Chad and Tammy were married. And she wanted to be the, number one wife, first wife, only wife. So in that regard, that's who I think she might have been jealous of. But I don't think that she was jealous like that of Tylee. No. Hey, Teacup Kraken, good to see you. What was that? Oh, guys, while we're just catching up on all of the things, how many of you guys in here are following Kohberger? Put a one in the chat if you are following Kohberger, because I got something to say about that if you guys are interested. Something was filed yesterday, and I was just going to go over it briefly. Most of you guys are, because I know, because we be hanging out in the same chats. Okay. So yesterday at like 4:41 local time, Idaho time, right? Ann Taylor files this notice of defendant's supplemental response to state's alibi demand. Okay, so here we go. Comes now Brian C. Kohberger by and through his attorney of record, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby files a supplemental response to the demand for alibi in compliance with Idaho Code, blah, 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 Criminal Rule 12.1. All right, here we go. This is the important part. Mr. Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022. As an avid runner and hiker, he explored many areas of Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawawai Park in July of 2022, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, nighttime drives increase. This is supported by data from Mr. Kohberger's phone showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area of South Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wawawi Park. I'm going to type that into Google on break and figure out how to pronounce that. It doesn't feel right. Okay. Partial corroboration. Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Cy-Ray CSLI expert, cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency curricula vitae is attached to show that Brian Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13, 2022, that Brian Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed include additional analysis by Mr. Ray, which will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. Hey, Charlie, good morning. Hey, tell the truth. Good to see you. So that is his alibi. Yeah. Which, how do you guys feel about that? Is it enough? Will it be enough? I'll tell you what I think. This is what I think. I think that regardless of what ends up ultimately getting presented, this is going to go to trial. I think that the judge is going to say, looky here, we're just going to let the jury decide on this one because I think it's going to go to trial. I don't think this is going to be enough at this point. Now, let me preface this. My opinion is always subject to change based on new information, which I think is important. So should a hearing happen, right? And this expert testifies, I would need to hear his testimony. I would need to hear what he found, how he found it, what it means, all of those things, because that motion, oh, Charlie, I am so sorry. Last 3 days, no good morning back from you. Thought you didn't like me no more. How could I not like you, Charlie? Of course I like you. Sometimes I just don't be paying attention. Let me just be honest. I get distracted. I'm looking at other things. It's a mess. But I am so sorry because I would never want you to feel like that. Of course I like you. Hey, Lucky Spinster. Ooh, alive, 12:25 a.m. here. Ooh, you're in the future. It's Friday for you. But yeah, based solely on this filing, just this, no testimony, nothing else. To me, it's not enough. And here's why. Where Brian lived, right, yes, obviously there's, city lights and stuff like that, but it's pretty it's not like living in, I don't know, downtown Dallas or Tampa or even Clearwater, or Miami, or some big city, right? Where the lights, make it where you can't see the star and the moon and the night sky and the stars and all of that. So why? And I like, okay, but we're talking about November in Idaho, which is free, and Washington, which is cold. It's not like really conducive for outside activities, as it were. Hiking. First of all, let me just say this. While I know you got to get in your workout where you can, okay? And when you're in school and, he was a teaching assistant and all those things, right? Your schedule there's only so many hours in a day. But hiking at night, bruh, that's dangerous. Like, that's a safety issue and makes zero sense. I can see running at night. A lot of people do that. A lot of people don't have time during the day. And, when it's, in the wintertime after the time change, it gets darker earlier. So you can be running at a reasonable hour, like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, and it's dark. But like, going for these drives to hike and to see the stars, at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, whatever. It is what it is. Hey, Adrian, good to see you, babe. So I don't know. For me, it's not enough. And I'm going to also need more information about this alleged, because that's all it is at this point, withholding, destruction, etc., of potentially exculpatory evidence. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need more information on that before I, get my, hair up. And I will always be fair and reasonable when it comes to, the evidence presented. There's one, that it's important, to remain objective. And I said, at this point, I don't see anything, at this point, I don't see anything that leads me to believe that there's something, let me put it, to put a Murdoch trial phrase on it, the milk ain't clean. Like, I don't see anything of that. I don't see anything like that right now. I don't see anything that makes me suspicious of the investigation, the way that it was done, or the way that the court proceedings are being handled, up until this point. But I also said that if that changed, that your girl here would be the first to say something about it, just because I do believe in our justice system. I do believe in due process, and I do believe in citizens having the right to a fair trial. It's important to me. And I'm glad that I'm back doing my root, back to my roots, which is covering trials. I've missed doing this. I enjoy covering the trials. I enjoy, covering these proceedings. Now, somebody is on the stand, but there is no sound coming from the courtroom. So let me stop sharing. Sometimes this happens with, let me refresh. Let's see. No, still no sound. Well, somebody from the pool will tell Judge Boy, hey, we can't hear. So I'm not going to really worry about it. I'll just wait and be patient. Let me make this bigger. I wish that Judge Boyce would turn on his closed captions, though. I don't know why that. I mean, the sound is good and everything. Well, obviously it's not good right now. I can't hear shit. But I like to have the closed captions. Mostly because it's always funny to me what closed captions hears versus what's actually said. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much. A million sparkles. I'm glad to be back at it as well. I really missed it. This is what I really enjoy, which is, is the covering of the trials. That's what interests me. It fascinates me. Yeah, we can hear. I don't know what's going on. Well, they're standing, so here comes the jury. So maybe something will happen after this. Lord bless it. Let me just hold on a second, because I know tons of other channels are covering this. So let me just let me go over here and see what's happening, like on law and crime. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this really quick.
Everyone, we're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing
Just
with
needed to be
evidence
patient
from the state in their case in chief, Mr. Douglas on the stand. I'll remind the witness still under oath for testimony in this case. I'll also note the jurors are all present, all 18 jurors, and properly seated. The court's received the juror affirmations from this morning as well regarding following the court's admonishing instruction each day. So thank you, each of you, for following that instruction.
Let me see. Let me look for yours. Okay. Music City Mom says, if they don't have to prove innocence, why do they have to provide an alibi? Because they don't even want the trial. They want him released. That's why this is necessary. They're trying, Ann Taylor is trying to prove that the indictment is not a good indictment and that he is actually and factually innocent. And here is why. Because he has an alibi. He was not at the home during the time that the murder was committed, that they think the murders were committed. So that's why this has nothing to do with moving forward towards a trial. This is to avoid a trial. They want the indictment thrown out. All right, here we go. I know it took me a little bit to understand that too, Music City Mom. I was like, what are they doing? But now I understand.
For Tylee Ryan.
I did.
And did you do so in view of the other facts of this case as well?
Yes, I did.
What What records did you review in your investigation regarding Venmo activity?
So the original review was of the Venmo in of itself. Tylee had a Venmo account and Lori had two. And after reviewing the Venmo activity in of itself, I reviewed what is also called the funding source for the Venmo, being the credit cards and debit cards, bank accounts associated with those, or what the funds would have been drawn from.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 117.
Thank you.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 117?
I do.
What is it?
This is timeline that I created that I titled Venmo activity that includes the two accounts that Lori had regarding Venmo as well as Tylee's.
Right. And did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
I did.
Did you prepare that to aid the jury in understanding the Venmo activity on Tylee Ryan's account and how it might interact with this case?
That is correct.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the timeline or chart you created?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, that State's Exhibit 117 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 117 is entered and admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, this chart doesn't all fit at once, so I'm going to start. over
Sorry about
here.
that.
Can you, you talked about the documents you looked at to prepare this. Can you just explain for the jury in a little more detail how you put this together?
So starting in January of 2019, the two, or now you can see the three accounts. I labeled the funding sources that were associated with these accounts. As I stated yesterday, Lori had a few JP Morgan Chase accounts, but Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account was the only funding source associated with her Venmo account until September. And this also, the activity, the Venmo also provides who the funds are going to. And as associated would been how that individual labeled themselves in Venmo.
All right. So can you tell us who was Tylee Venmoing money to?
So if you could slide it up a little bit, please. So as you can see, as I labeled from January 7th to August 7th, Tylee's account was associated with her JP Morgan account ending 3918. Her primary Venmo activity was to Colby Ryan, who was her older brother, as well as Kelsey Benson, who is Colby's significant other. Also a friend of hers, two of her friends, this Jillian Kennedy and a McKenna Webb, to which there was only one transaction each.
I'm going to point with my pen. So these payments, is that the number of payments being made?
That is correct. Throughout that time frame, that is the amount of payments associated with that account.
So how much did she send in that time frame to Colby Ryan?
Tylee?
Yes, I'm sorry, that wasn't very clear. How much
No.
did Tylee send to Colby Ryan?
So throughout that time frame, Tylee had Venmoed Colby 4 times for $170 total.
And so you talked about a change in the funding source. Is that represented on this chart?
It is.
Where is that?
If you'll slide it over slightly, And the jury will be able to associate this chart with the chart that we referenced yesterday, Tylee's bank account records, the orange being associated with the orange on that account or that chart, as well as the red being associated with the red on that chart as well. And the funding source, I tried to get as close to even as possible, being changed per Venmo September 10th of 2019.
And was there still Venmo activity after that?
There was.
And you have on here the move to Rexburg around September 1st.
Yes,
And then that you have it labeled Tylee is killed on September 9th.
correct.
Was there still Venmo activity after that?
There was.
What Venmo activity took place after that?
So the Venmo activity there in the bottom right, starting September 10th, going through December 18th to Colby Ryan.
And do you have an amount that was sent to Colby Ryan?
There were 29 payments throughout that time period totaling $5,940.
And you said that Colby is Tylee's brother.
Older brother,
So Lori Vallow is his mother.
correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 97 and 97A. 97 is a business records affidavit, which is the one subpart A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just review those quickly. Exhibit 97 and Exhibit 97A are both admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 97A?
I do.
What is it?
These are records provided to or provided from Etsy.
Okay. And what do they show?
They show purchase by Lori on the date of August 15th, 2019 for 2 items with the description of glow-in-the-dark malachite rings, malachite inlay titanium rings.
Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit for the jury?
You may.
Mr. Douglas, if you can show the jury what you were just speaking of.
So the information being provided by Etsy here and the order date or the day of purchase being August 15th for the total value of the $259 shipped to Miss Lori Vallow, and the description being down here in this area.
Was there an email associated with Lori Vallow on that document?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
lollytime@icloud.com.
Detective, Mr. Douglas, I apologize. Did you do any further investigation into this purchase?
I did.
Was this purchase successful?
This purchase was returned. It was refunded to Miss Vallow.
And do you know why?
No, but not at this time for this one specifically.
All right. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
You previously mentioned that that we can refer to you as Mr. Douglas.
Yes, sir, that would be fine.
Not agent.
No, sir, not an agent, a forensic accountant, sir.
Okay, okay. I recall you putting up one of the exhibits where it reflected that Chad purchased a phone prior to meeting Lori Vallow. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
I do.
Okay, and what was the purpose of putting that particular identifier on the Tammy's or the life timeline that you created in that situation?
So when we requested the information from Walmart that they provided regarding all the electronics, that being one, I found that substantial because of the continued pattern of the purchase of cell phones throughout the time frame.
Okay, and did you look into what kind of phone that was?
It was provided, yes.
Okay, what kind of phone was that?
I can't say off the top of my head, sir. It's
Okay.
in my reports, but I can't
It's
remember.
one of those, and I don't want to use this term loosely, but it's one of those disposable phones. Would that be fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And those either are required for you to add minutes to them, or you just purchase a new one. They're a relatively inexpensive way to have a second phone. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the purchase was inexpensive.
Right. And the continuing purchases of those phones was an inexpensive way to have a second phone, right?
It would have been.
And if you're having an affair with another woman and you're married, that's a pretty ideal way to hide the fact that you're having an affair by using a phone like that. Wouldn't you agree?
If you say so, sir.
Well, it's not me saying so. I asked you.
No, I never purchased a phone for that purpose.
Well, I didn't ask you if you did, but would you agree that,
It could be used for that,
could
sure.
be used? Right. Okay. Now, you also talked about the number of items about purchases made. Is there any indication that in all of the financial records you examined, that there was any commingling? I guess that's a divorce term. Combining of assets between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
There's no indication that money from Chad's account went into Lori's or Lori's account going into Chad's, or
Okay.
no.
Okay. Now, we'll turn to Exhibit 112. And Judge, could I have Exhibit 112? I have a copy, Judge, if you would prefer to.
We've got the exhibit here.
Okay,
We'll
thank
have Mr. Pryor will have the court's exhibit. If you'd like the witness to review that, you can have it taken him as well.
Do you have a recollection of 112, or would it help for you to just?
If you pull it up, sir, I'll know which one it is.
If I could use the projector, Judge.
Yeah, it's been admitted, so the projector can be turned on.
Skill level here is at best. Okay, so we start this with 4/3 of 2018. To your knowledge, Chad Daybell wasn't in the picture at that point, right?
No, sir.
And there's no indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow? Sir?
The reason I put this on here, sir,
I
was
didn't ask you
because
that. I just want you to answer my questions. I don't want.
there's nothing that shows that Chad knew Lori at this time.
Okay, thank you. And at that point, Chad also didn't know Tylee Ryan, right?
No, not that I know of.
And there's no indication that at all that Chad Daybell knew Joe Ryan, correct?
No indication that I know of.
And there's no indication in 243 of 2018 that Chad Daybell knew JJ Vallow, correct?
Sorry, state that again.
There's no indication that Chad Daybell knew JJ Vallow, correct?
At this time, no.
Okay. And then we'll move on to your timeline of 6/14 of 2018. Tylee starts receiving Social Security payments. Same questions. Chad Daybell, to your knowledge, didn't know Tylee at this point, correct?
That, not to my knowledge, no.
JJ,
Nope,
Lori?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. We can skip Tylee receiving her GED.
Mhm.
10/23/18. Lori opens that BBVA account on 10/23 of 18. At that point, Chad Daybell doesn't know Lori at that point either, right?
No, as indicated below, it would have been 3 days prior to that.
3 days prior?
This account would have been opened on 10/23. Chad and Lori met on 10/26.
Right.
So 3 days
I
prior.
see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I wasn't tracking. That's okay. That was my bad.
Will be fine. Thank you.
So then we go to 10/26/18. And there's an indication that Lori Vallow came into a life insurance policy as the result of the death of Joseph Ryan. And she received a payment of $64,964.52. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, that's, and I need you to clarify this for me because it's important. That wouldn't have been the time she applied for the insurance money, correct?
No, this is when it was paid into her account.
Well, how
She would have
long?
applied earlier.
Okay, and I'm gonna slow down so I don't interrupt you again, or I'm gonna hear about it. Any idea from your experience how long it takes to apply for life insurance payments before you generally would get those payments?
Well, in my experience specific to this case, sir, Chad applied and he received one check within a week.
Okay. And that was in regards to Tammy, right?
That is correct.
But I'm talking about in your experience with this one.
This one specifically took a little longer from what I remember regarding this.
Do you have a recollection of how long it took?
I don't, not off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Lori had been anticipating receiving this almost $65,000 prior to the time that she met Chad Daybell or was ever introduced to Chad Daybell?
Lori knew about this before she met Chad Daybell.
Okay. And then on 12/10 of 18, Tylee starts getting paid. And please clear that by the JNS.
JNS Investments, this is her uncle's business.
Okay.
That's the name that they were under.
Okay. And then Tylee begins making monthly payments to T-Mobile on 2/25 of 19, right?
Correct.
Charles, and that would be Charles Vallow, right?
Correct.
Co-signs for Tylee to get a Jeep. And Tylee begins making monthly payments. Okay. Is that fair in the squares I've represented there?
That's correct, yes.
And then you put down that Charles Vallow dies on 7/11/19, right?
Correct.
So what I'm having some difficulty with is this is Tylee's financial timeline, right?
Correct. That's what it's labeled, sir.
And it's talking about Tylee's, how she's spending her money and the manner in which she's spending the money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Chad Daybell has nothing to do with any of the transactions above, right?
Not on this, no.
Okay. And the only reference to Chad Daybell is you put, well, when they met, right?
Correct.
And then you put that Charles Vallow dies, right?
Yes.
You're not trying to imply that because of financial reasons in this particular exhibit, Chad Daybell had anything to do with the death of Charles Vallow, are you?
What I'm implying on this specific timeline, sir, was where Tylee's funds were going to come from and then what she spent them on. This is specifically to show on Tylee's
Okay.
spending habits, sir.
And I don't want to put an answer in in your mouth to testify, but that wasn't really my question. My
No,
question.
because that's not the reason that I built this
Thank you.
timeline.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, you sneak up behind me there. Is that where you went? There was a discussion on one of your exhibits where you talked about Lori mentioning to Chad about receiving a $4,000 payment. Do you remember that?
I do.
What exhibit was that again?
That's noted on a couple. It was on the one that you just handed back.
Okay. And then on the other one, it was.
It would have been regarding JJ as well.
I'm just gonna say both of you are kind of getting into a habit of talking over each other. Please try to avoid that.
And if I could have exhibit.
Mr.
114.
Pryor, you just talked right over me when I was
I'm
telling
sorry,
you,
Judge.
please not do that. Thank you.
And if I could have exhibit 114, Judge. Thank you. Judge, if I can publish this.
You may.
Oops. This is an exercise here. Okay. Maybe not. Hopefully you can read that about the 4,000 month in insurance from. Oh, there. So on this particular chart, this was JJ's financial.
This would have been a timeline regarding JJ's or transaction regarding JJ.
Okay, so the financial transaction regarding JJ, again, you put on there that Chad, Daybell, and Lori meet, right?
I did.
And then a box right next to it, again, you put down that Charles Vallow dies.
Correct.
Okay. And then on 7/18, after Charles Vallow's death, it says something about Lori texting Chad about receiving $400 a month in Social Security, but nothing from the insurance company.
That is correct. And it's 4,000, not 400.
4,000, I'm sorry. Thank you. And at this point, was there any other indication in your investigation that they ever talked prior to that time about any financial matters like Social Security or insurance?
Not that I can recall at this time, sir.
Okay. And this text was in the form of expressing her displeasure about the fact that this is what she discovered after Charles's death, right?
It could be said that way, sir.
Okay. And then we go on to, well, before I go there, there was nothing to indicate that Chad Daybell had any financial interest in that Social Security or insurance at that point on 7/18 of 2019, correct?
I don't know of a response regarding that.
Okay. You didn't find anything that showed that Chad had any financial link to any of those accounts, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then Lori posts a dog for sale on 8/9 of 19, right?
Yes.
And then on 8/12, she names Colby Ryan the insurance beneficiary on her life policy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, at least we are aware that her and Chad are involved in a relationship of some kind, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And yet at that point, she names as a beneficiary on her life insurance policy and Colby Ryan's her son, right?
Yes.
With the deceased Joseph Ryan?
I believe so.
Okay, so she puts an insurance policy on her name, not Chad's at that point, or puts it on Colby's name, not Chad's, for 100% of the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And then she also previously, we talked towards the end of your testimony about the fact that she made numerous payments to Colby Ryan, right?
Correct.
And that was after, well after the last known sign of life of JJ Vallow, correct?
Yes.
So she was giving, at least in some indication, money to Colby Ryan. And on 8/12 of 19, after Charles Vallow dies, she puts Colby Ryan on her insurance policy. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, then on 8/14, she applies for an apartment in Rexburg. And at that point, she's receiving a bit of money, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then she moves to Rexburg on 9/1. This is going to be a task. Bear with me, please. All right. I'm a lawyer, not a audiovisual person. But in any event, then we move on. She moves to Rexburg. And at this point, there's still no financial link between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
And then on 9/8/19, when there's a last known sign of regarding Tylee Ryan on 9/8 of 19, there's still no financial link between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow of any kind. Is that correct?
There are no accounts with them associating funds at this time.
And then the prosecutor's assertion that the last known sign of life with JJ Vallow was on 9/22/19. Again, there were no accounts that were mingled at that point, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing financially showing them linked in any way, correct?
Correct.
And then after the fact that when they got married, again, there was no joint accounts to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Not sure how well I can do that. Now, on one of your exhibits, you talked something about a south-southwest wind. Remember
did.
that?
I do.
Okay. And that was part of the email searching that you did as a result of is that part of Tylee's?
Yes, that would have been on Tylee, sir.
Okay. And as far as financial, I found that a little unusual that you would include a Google search for the wind direction on Tylee's financial.
Sure.
Okay, that's not something of the ordinary, right?
Not necessarily, sir.
Okay. But you didn't include the emails after that talked about Mr. Daybell burning some tree limb.
I didn't find that, sir.
Objection, that's a fact, not an evidence.
Sustained. There wasn't any mention of that.
Did you have any occasion to review the emails and when you prepared all of this timeline?
I was told about it, yes.
Okay.
That one I was told about.
Okay, and that's not a fact of significance. The fact that there was the fact that you checked the wind isn't really relevant to Tylee's financial in terms of how the money was spent, right?
Not excuse me. It's not regarding the financial transactions,
Okay.
no.
So when we're talking about Tylee's financial, the wind direction really isn't relevant to that issue, correct?
Not to that, no.
Okay. And then, so why wouldn't you mention the fact that Mr. Daybell, if the wind issue wasn't relevant to that, why wouldn't you mention the fact that Mr. Daybell sent a text message to his wife saying that he was burning limbs the next morning, the following morning?
Because I didn't discover that, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Now, as part of this timeline, you talked about the financial situation of JJ, Lori, and Tylee. And in none of these timelines, I see a situation or a box where it talks about Lori sort of being out of the picture for a time during this these range of events. Were you aware that Lori Vallow had temporarily relocated by herself to Hawaii around February 1st of 2019?
There are transactions that support that. She was coming and going from Arizona to Hawaii, yes.
Well, coming and going, or was she staying in Hawaii for 2
I couldn't
months?
prove that she relocated.
Okay. But you can show that she was in Hawaii at least not around the 1st of February, correct?
Yes, and so was Tylee.
And from the whole time?
Both of them came and went.
And in 2019 also till about the end of March. Would that be consistent with what you found as well?
I would say there's transactions that support that.
Okay. Okay. And then in addition, during that time, did you have any indication of any transactions relating to JJ as to where he was during that time?
I'd have to review. I can't say right now.
Would it surprise you to learn that at about the same time frame of February 1st till the end of March that JJ Vallow was predominantly with Charles Vallow?
He was his father, so it wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. Okay. Would that have any impact? Would you be able to determine whether that being separated and the receiver of those benefits being in another part of the country and the child being with the father when the parties are separated, would that cause any financial troubles for Ms. Vallow?
What benefits are you speaking of, sir?
As Social Security?
Tylee was the only one receiving Social Security at that time.
On February 1st of 2019?
Correct. Tylee was the only receiving it.
Oh, I'm sorry. There were other benefits that as a result of the death of Joseph. No, I'm sorry. You're right. That's correct. I stand corrected. Excuse me. Now, we talked a little bit on Exhibit 116, or you did, about a life insurance situation with Tammy Daybell, correct?
I did.
Okay, and on 116, you talked about the map. I think it was Map Life is what you talked about, right?
There were two. There was Life Map and Primerica.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of when the initial life insurance policy with Tammy Daybell was put into place?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Were you aware that that policy was placed, one of the $300,000 policy was put in place back in approximately 2002?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, but you don't have a recollection of that,
Not off the top of my head right now.
and you don't remember that fact, doesn't jar any memory of that fact, correct?
Not right now, no.
Okay. But it wouldn't surprise you, but that's the case, correct?
No, she did have life insurance, correct,
Prior to,
prior to.
right. And then the amount of life insurance, other than the life insurance from back in 2002 that she had, what about the life map? What are we talking about there?
You're talking specifically to
Specifically,
the
yes.
increase on 9/8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so initially she had a base because of the employment at the part-time employment, I guess, as a librarian,
Mhm.
right?
Correct.
That, I think that's what it was. So when you start the employment, you get an initial base of about 50,000, right?
That's what it was in the beginning.
Okay, so the insurance was at 50,000. And then on 9/8 of 2019, Tammy increased that to what?
To 130.
Okay, so the increase went up 80,000.
Correct.
So initially, before Tammy started employment with the school, her insurance was 300,000.
There was 300,000 before, and then before she started school.
And
like
that
you
was
stated.
from some time ago, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Then she started at the school and she had to have worked there for about a year before she was eligible to increase the insurance, correct?
It was a year or two. Yes.
A year or two.
Mhm.
And
I don't know what it was per the rule, but I know it's at least a year, maybe
That's-
more.
You have to put a probationary period in. You don't automatically get that insurance, right?
Correct.
And that's a financial decision made by the school district. And I would anticipate, right?
That's, yeah, above me.
So then after a year, she can apply for an increase in that insurance from the total of 350 and add an additional $80,000 onto that. right?
Yeah,
Okay, and they elected to do that, correct?
they did.
Okay. And we don't know who elected to increase that insurance, correct? You weren't part of the family at that point.
I wasn't
right?
there.
Okay. And what I find interesting is that typically the school year would start the beginning of September for most school districts.
Most.
Yeah. And that's usually the time when the school districts say, this is your opportunity to elect whether you want to increase your insurance or not increase your insurance, correct?
Yes.
So it's not inconsistent that during the school year, just before the start of the school year, as a librarian or a teacher in that school district, the insurance is elected to go up after she served her 1-year probationary period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can't figure out what Pryor's doing here, y'all. I mean, there's no pause. I'm not going to pause it because he's clearly looking at his notes.
Now, you
and
talked about
yikes
on
on
exhibit
bikes.
776 and 774. You talked about Spring Creek and the $10,000 investment.
Mhm.
And that was money that was put in to Spring Creek. And you know what Spring Creek is, right?
Chad's book company, yes.
And it wasn't just Chad's book company, was it? It was also Tammy's.
It would have
correct?
been Tammy's too.
It was both of theirs. So we could say that it was Tammy's book company, right?
Yes.
Or we could say it was Chad's book company, right?
Chad and Tammy.
Or what we should say is that it's Tammy and Chad's book company, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, you should say Chad and Tammy, not Tammy.
And
Chad.
then addition, there was some money that was $8,000 payments to each of the children, correct?
The 3 older children, yes.
Right. And then a short time after that, there was 2 vehicles, a minivan and then a black Dodge Dakota that Chad gave to each of the daughters as well, correct?
That actually took place prior. So the transfers took place on 6/9.
You're right.
The vehicles were given to the daughters on 3/8.
Right. And subsequent to that, the vehicles were given to the daughters. So now you were aware that, well, we'll move on from that. Lastly, what I want to talk to you about is the malachite rings.
Hmm.
Okay. You made a comment that they were returned. I mean, it was canceled.
Though that transaction, that one specifically was canceled, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you look into the size of the wedding rings and that it showed it up on the screen, the size of the wedding rings?
Well,
correct?
it said 8 millimeters, but that's the width, not the size.
Okay. Okay. And thank you for clarifying that because that was one of my questions. Thank you. Were you aware that shortly after August 15th of 2009, Alex Cox had been proposing marriage to Zuluma Pastenes?
I don't know the date of
Say
that.
it's facts not in the record.
I didn't ask him whether it was facts. I asked him whether he's aware, Judge.
Overruled.
Okay. Were you aware that shortly after that time, Alex Cox had proposed marriage to Zuluma Pastenes?
I know Alex and Zulema got married. I don't know when the proposal took place.
Okay. And then were you aware that also at the same time, Melanie Boudreau was contemplating the same thing, a marriage, shortly after that time as well? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Okay. But you are aware that there's no indication through emails, text message, or otherwise that Chad Daybell was intending to marry Lori Vallow at that point. Is that right?
In August, the wedding, no. There was nothing to implicate a wedding in August that I knew of.
Or even a proposal for marriage at that point, correct?
Not that I can verify.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
All right. Mr. Wood, redirect.
I need to read. I have some questions I would like to ask as well, but I'll save those for the break.
Mr. Douglas, we were just talking about rings. Have you ever seen pictures of Chad and Lori's wedding?
I have.
What kind of rings are they wearing?
They're malachite rings.
Defense counsel asked you about why you put on the search for the south-southwest wind.
Mhm.
Earlier, you testified that as a forensic accountant, you look into factors outside just of the finances in a case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when you came onto this case, it was a missing children case. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And so, and defense counsel asked you about a text message Chad sent about burning limbs.
Correct.
And do you know what date that message was sent?
I believe that took place the day after on 9/9.
And what was, pursuant to your investigation, what was the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
The last no sighting is 9/8.
Defense counsel asked you about the text message between Lori and Chad about the $4,000 in Social Security.
Correct.
So Mr. Daybell was aware that Lori was receiving at least 4,000 at that point in Social
At least
Security.
4,000.
Right. You testified that there's no joint account of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Correct.
Did they live together at any point?
Yes.
Was that in Hawaii?
In Hawaii, yes.
And just finally, defense counsel asked you about, I'm going to call them burner phones that Mr. Daybell purchased. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And he asked you if that would be a good way to hide an affair.
That is correct.
Well, would that be a good way to hide a crime?
Yes, in my experience.
So in your experience as a forensic accountant, do you see people engaged in criminal activity purchasing burner phones often?
Yes.
And so if someone was having an affair and then the mistress's husband dies, and then your wife dies, and you marry that woman 10 days later, and then the next year 2 dead children are found on your property, are those the type of events that might lead someone to buy multiple burner phones?
It could.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead. You can recross on that limited scope, Mr. Pryor. At the podium, please.
And actually 2 questions. The financial transactions and issues related to finances with Tylee Ryan and JJ started about or around when?
The financial transactions that I was tracking with Tylee, we got data into 2018, but my charts are indicative of January of 2019.
Okay. And then the marriage and the time they lived together in Hawaii, Chad and Lori, started when?
So they got married November 5th of 2019.
Okay, and they lived in Hawaii together until when?
Until she was arrested, I believe,
In January.
in January,
So 2 months.
2 months.
And the financial transactions prior to that went back at least a year and a half.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Douglas. Is he going to be recalled by either side?
Your Honor, at this point, he can be released from the state subpoena.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Douglas. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down, and if there are any exhibits on the bench, I'll have the bailiff grab those. I don't know if there are. Okay.
Good morning, Neat Noodle. Good to see you, babe. And good morning to Shauna and to
The state ready to call its next
Mo,
witness.
Dean. Good
Yes,
to
Your
see
Honor.
you guys. Tracy
Will
L.
that be?
Hey, babe.
The state will call Melanie Gibb.
Oh,
Very well.
Shut the front door. Y'all go get your friends and tell them Melanie Gibb about to take the stand. Come on, y'all. Round up. This is the moment that your girl has been waiting for. Y'all go get your friends. Come on, y'all. Share out the stream so we can all be in here for me to hear Melanie Gibb's testimony. Oh. Melanie G has chosen to appear in choral, accented by some, it looks like dark boots of some sort. Here we go.
All right, before we commence with testimony, Ms. Gibb, please make sure to answer all of the questions verbally so we make a good record. Try to avoid talking at the same time as any attorney questioning you. And I am going to inquire now that you're under oath. Have you reviewed or watched any of this trial since it started on the court's live stream?
No.
Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they gave in this trial so far? All right, with that in mind, then, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Melanie Gibb, Melanie Gibb.
Miss Gibb, do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
I do.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
I believe it was the summer of 2017.
Do you recall where you met him?
I met him at a get together that was like a camping environment.
Did you talk to him at that event?
I did.
Did you stay in close contact with him after that?
No,
Do you recall meeting an individual named Lori Vallow?
yes.
How did you meet her?
I met her in a church building where I was given a class and she was in the audience.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe October 2018.
And do you recall when you met her, who approached whom?
She approached me.
When you first met her, did you end up striking up a friendship?
Yes,
And did you stay in pretty consistent contact with her, at least initially after meeting her?
yes,
Do you recall going to an event with Miss Vallow towards the end of October of 2018?
yes.
Do you recall when that was?
It was in October. I would say about a few weeks after I met Lori. And yes, we went to St. George, Utah.
Do you recall why you went to St. George, Utah?
We went for a conference.
Did anyone else travel with you and Lori to that conference?
Yes.
And do you recall who?
I can't remember their names. I think there was 6 of us, 5 or 6 of us.
Did you all travel together in the same vehicle?
Yes.
When you got there to the conference, do you recall if Mr. Daybell was there?
Yes.
What was he doing there, if you know?
He was selling his books and giving a talk.
Did you approach him at any point?
Yeah, we talked.
Were you present when, or let me back up. Did you observe Mr. Daybell and Miss Vallow together?
Yes.
Do you know if that was the first time they had met?
Yes, it was.
Were you part of introducing them?
I was, we walked into the building together and I can't remember if I introduced her or if she introduced herself. I can't recall.
And when you say we walked into the building, is that referring to you and Lori?
Me and Lori and several other women.
And Mr. Daybell or Chad Daybell was already present?
Correct.
Throughout the conference, did you see Mr. Daybell again?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Lori and Chad together?
I did.
What observations, if any, did you make?
They communicated a lot and they were very interested in communicating about the things that they were learning and talking about. Seemed to be friendly.
And when you say they were communicating a lot, did you see them engaged in conversation together?
I did.
Did it appear to be deep conversation?
Yes,
Did they appear to be focused on each other?
yes.
Was there anything else about it that caught your attention?
Um, they seemed to be attracted to each other. That caught my attention.
And at the time that you're there in October, do you know if Lori Vallow was married?
Yes, she was.
Had you ever met her husband at that point?
I had
And who was her husband?
Charles Vallow.
Do you know if Chad Daybell was married at that point?
Yes, I do. And he was.
And do you know who his wife was?
Tammy Daybell.
Had you ever met Tammy?
No.
After that conference, did you travel back to Arizona with Lori?
I did.
Do you recall sometime after the conference talking to her about what she and Chad discussed?
Yes.
What were some of the things she shared with you?
He shared with her, according to what she shared with me, that
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Grounds to the objection? Ms. Blake, you may respond.
Your Honor, it's a statement of a party opponent as well as a charged co-conspirator.
All right, the court does find that's an exception to the hearsay rule that applies here, so the witness can answer the question. Objections overruled.
And do you recall the question?
yes. She said that they talked about multiple lives, and I believe she talked about, how many lives that she had lived on this earth, and that she indeed was married to someone named Moroni in a previous life. Those kind of conversations. Yeah.
And prior to meeting Chad Daybell, did Lori tell you did Lori ever talk about multiple probations before that or multiple lives?
She did.
So she had some interest in that subject matter already.
Yes.
But when you talked to her about her conversation with Chad at that conference, she told you Chad gave her some additional information.
That's right.
Did she say anything regarding what Chad had told her about she and Chad?
That they had been married in previous probations.
Did Lori seem receptive of that information?
She did.
And we talked about you'd met Charles before, correct?
That's right.
Had you ever met Lori's children?
Yes,
And specifically, did you ever meet Tylee Ryan?
I did.
Did you ever meet JJ Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall where you met them?
In Lori's house.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Lori with her children?
I did.
What observations, if any, did you make about her and Tylee?
They had a difficult relationship. They didn't necessarily get along very well.
And what about Lori and JJ?
I could tell she had a lot of affection for him, but he was autistic and he seemed to be very busy for her.
We talked a little bit about you met Lori in October of 2018. And initially, how often did you two have contact?
In the beginning, it was almost daily, with the exception probably of a day or two a week. And that was probably for maybe about a month or two.
Do you recall approximately when the contact wasn't as frequent or what was going on at that time?
Yes, it was after January when she started to move around. She moved multiple times, so I couldn't keep in contact with her.
And that would be January of 2019.
Correct.
And to be clear, she wasn't moving around to avoid contact with you,
Right.
but just as she moved around,
Right.
you'd lose track of her.
Well, we wouldn't see each other. Yeah.
Did you still talk to her on the phone?
Yes.
And after that first conference in October, do you recall the next time that you saw Chad Daybell?
The next month, November 2018, he came down for a conference in Arizona.
When he came down to Arizona, did his wife come with him?
No,
And at that conference in October, did you ever see his wife Tammy there?
no,
When he came down, so he came down to a conference in November in Arizona.
that's right.
Was Lori present for that conference?
Yes,
Outside of the conference, did you see him at any other gathering?
yes, at her house.
And when you say her house, is that Lori?
That's right.
Was her house in Arizona at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the gathering?
So the one at her house was a small group of people met before the conference. And so there was, I don't know, maybe 20 people there. And so Lori and her friends were there.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Lori and Chad together at that meeting or the gathering at her house?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
They talked often with each other. They seemed to be very interested in each other.
Did Lori at any time tell you anything about she and Chad when he was down there in Arizona?
Yes, she told me that they had been married before in previous probations.
Is that when she first shared that information with you?
I believe she shared it with me in St. George. So it's between St. George and November, she shared it.
Did she talk about going to the temple with Chad?
She did.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that they were going to be resealed again like they had been in previous lives together.
And did she tell you that they in fact had gone to the temple?
Yes,
And that was in November, about a month after meeting each other.
that's right.
And she told you the purpose of that was so they could be sealed together again.
That's right.
At that time, was Charles still alive?
Yes,
And was Tammy still alive?
yes.
Was Charles present at the gathering at her house?
No,
Do you know where he was, or did you learn where he was?
he was out of town.
Do you know what Chad did for a living?
He was a sexton and he wrote books.
With regard to his books, had you ever read any of his books?
Yes,
Do you know if Lori had read any of his books?
yes,
Did she seem interested in his books?
yes.
When Chad was there in November, do you know where he stayed?
He stayed at Lori's house.
And Charles was not there.
Correct.
Did anyone else stay at her house, if you know?
Yes, there were multiple people there.
Were there any other men there?
I don't know if her brother was there, but nobody else that I know of.
And when you say her brother, do you know which brother you're referring to?
Alex.
Did you ever meet any of Lori's other brothers or her other brother?
I don't think so.
Did Lori ever talk to you about her conversations with Chad?
Yes,
Do you know, did Lori ever share with you if she turned to Chad for advice?
she did.
And we talked a little bit about the multiple lives or multiple probations already, correct?
Yes,
At some point, did Chad or Lori share more information about that with you?
yes.
And which one of them?
They both did.
Do you know which one of them seemed to have the most understanding regarding multiple probations?
Yes, Lori would often call Chad and Chad would give her the information and then she would come back and share it with me and her other friends.
And when she would share the information, would she tell you she got that from Chad?
Yeah.
At some point, did Chad or Lori talk to you about the concept of light and dark?
Yes.
Do you recall who talked to you about that?
Lori shared it with me.
Did she tell you where she got that information from?
She got it from Chad.
What did she share with you about the concept of light and dark?
So if someone was light, they had made contracts with Jesus Christ before they came here. And if they were dark, they had made contracts and promises with Satan. And it was a different scale level of how dark or light they were.
So it was a decision before they came here to Earth? of a
Yes.
Contract?
Initially, yes.
And then with regard to the multiple probations, as you learned more about that, what did Lori share with you regarding multiple probations?
That people lived multiple times. And then she would find out, she would try to find out like when that was.
And was there some kind of a rating system or a system to easily identify if someone was light or dark or what level they were?
She would ask him and he would somehow find out. And he would find out, how many times they'd been on this planet or any other planets, I guess. And he would just find that out by asking questions the way he did. And then she would share it with us.
And the he you're referring to, is that Chad?
Yes.
At some point, were people designated with a number and then either an L or a D?
Correct.
Where would those designations originate?
From Chad.
And if someone was designated a D, did that stand for dark?
Correct.
And the L was for light?
Correct.
At some point, did Lori also share with you that she believed she had a mission here on Earth?
Yes.
What did she share with you she believed her mission to be?
She felt that it was her mission to gather women to the 144,000, and that she would be the leader of it. At some point, she thought she was going to lead that.
And when we talk about the 144,000, what's that in reference to? Could you explain a little bit?
Yes, it's a biblical explanation for a certain amount of people that would go out and gather Israel in the last days and have the power and authority to do that.
So gathering people in the end times.
Correct.
Do you know where Lori got the idea or the belief that she was meant to be one of the leaders or help gather?
I think she got it from herself.
Do you know if did she ever tell you if she talked to Chad about that?
She did.
What did she tell you in relation to that, if you recall?
Well, she shared with him what she believed she was, which was the gatherer of that. And then he agreed that she was. And so he, told her that that's what her mission was.
Do you know if Lori was telling other people about light and dark and multiple probations as well?
She was.
Do you know some of the other individuals she shared that with?
Yes. Sulema, Serena, Nicole, and Christina, and Melanie, and just maybe a few other people that are not as significant.
Did she also share these ideas with Alex?
Yes.
Do you know if Chad ever shared these ideas with any of those individuals? If I may respond.
Okay, and I'll note on the record, it didn't pick up on the microphone. It's an objection based on lack of foundation. Ms. Blake, response.
Your Honor, I specifically ask if she knows. I'm asking her personal knowledge.
All right, well, she can answer the question if she knows, but not necessarily go into what she knows, because I do think there's no foundation at this point for what.
Do you know if Chad ever shared those teachings or beliefs with any of those individuals?
Yes,
And did he?
yes,
Were you present?
yes,
And again, when Lori would tell you these things, she would explain she received the information from Chad.
yes.
And we talked about that gathering in November at Lori's house. Were some of these things talked about then?
Yes,
Was Chad present?
yes,
Was Lori present?
yes,
Were they both talking about these ideas?
yes.
Had you heard of these concepts before?
Yes,
Had you heard of them in the way that Chad was teaching them?
no,
At the time, were you open to learning more about these things?
yes.
Did Lori or Chad ever talk to you about if a person could switch from being light to dark or vice versa?
Yes,
What did they tell you regarding that?
that they might be light, for example, and then some maybe evil entity could enter them and then they would become dark.
So a light person could become dark.
That's right.
When they, and I say they, do you recall if it was Lori or Chad that would tell you these things?
She would tell me,
And would she tell you where she received the information?
yes,
And-
always she went to Chad with it.
Do you recall when Lori first started talking to you about people becoming dark?
I would say sometime between January and February of 2019.
Do you recall the first person she talked to you about becoming dark? The first specific person?
Yes, it was Charles Vallow.
Did she tell you where she received that information?
Yes, she received it from Chad.
At some point, did she talk to you more about what it meant if the evil spirit came in, like where the actual person went?
So when a dark spirit would take over, the original spirit of the person would go into the spirit world.
And that's what she originally told you.
That's right.
And did she tell you she received that information from Chad?
Yes,
So was your understanding the body of that person was still alive?
correct,
It just had a different dark spirit in it now.
correct.
What did Lori originally talk to you about? Was there a way to do something to help that person?
She would try to do like a casting out of an evil spirit, and try to convince the spirit to the evil spirit to leave.
Do you know where she got the concept of casting from?
I believe she got it from energy work.
At some point, did you learn if Charles had been designated a different name?
Yes,
What was that name?
Ned Snyder.
Do you know where that name came from?
Chad told that to Lori.
At some point, had Lori talked to you about her having a dream regarding Charles?
Yes,
What had she told you?
she said that when it was after Christmas and he was out of town, I believe he went to Texas and he took JJ. And she had a dream during that time that they were not going to come back, that they were going to get in a car accident. And that's what she saw.
And that they would be Charles and JJ?
Correct.
Did she believe Charles was going to be killed in that accident?
She did.
Was Charles killed in a car accident?
No.
Was it sometime after that that he was labeled dark?
Yes.
Judge, how about some foundation?
Your Honor, it's a question to her personal knowledge. I guess I can rephrase.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake, thank you.
At some point, did you learn or did Lori tell you if he was labeled dark once he did not pass away in that accident?
Yes.
And again, Judge, if I could have some time, date, place.
If you'd like to lay additional foundation, you may, Ms. Blake.
Do you recall approximately when Lori told you or when you learned Charles was not killed in an accident?
January 2019.
And do you recall approximately, I think you've already said, but do you recall approximately when you were told Charles was dark?
It was, I would say, weeks after that.
And that designation came from Chad.
Correct.
And then we started talking a little bit about the idea of casting.
Right.
Did you ever participate in any castings?
I did.
Can you tell me a little bit about what would happen at the casting?
So Lori and a few of her friends would stand in a circle and then feel like they had the power and authority to cast out the evil spirit by trying to use words, I guess, like an energy work to be able to convince them to leave and hoping that the evil spirit would leave.
So would some of the individuals say a prayer?
Yeah.
Would
Mhm.
some of the individuals talk about sending spiritual weapons or something of that nature?
Yes.
Was the person that the casting was being done on physically present?
No.
Was anyone physically touching, doing anything to, in this case, Charles?
No.
Do you recall, did you participate in the castings for Charles?
Yes.
At any point, did Lori tell you whether or not the casting was successful?
Yes.
And what did she share with you?
She would say that Ned had left, and then shortly after, she would say somebody else got in, another entity.
Do you know who told her that information or where she got it from?
Yes, she got it from Chad.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn what would happen to the body if the casting was actually successful?
She would say that the body was supposed to die if the evil spirit left.
So in Charles' case, Ned's out and a new spirit's in.
Correct.
Do you know if there were additional castings
Yes.
in relation to Charles, I should say?
Yes.
Did you participate in any additional castings?
Yes.
Do you know if at any point the next entity or spirit was cast out of Charles, according to Lori?
Yes.
And was it?
According to her, it was
And did she tell you where she received that information?
from Chad.
And then what happened in relation to Charles when that next entity was removed, according to Lori?
Nothing happened to Charles,
Did a new entity come in?
according to her.
And did she tell you where she learned that from?
Yes, Chad.
Was Chad ever present for any of the castings?
Yes.
Were there castings done on other individuals besides Charles that you know of?
Yes.
And who were some of those individuals?
Brandon Boudreaux was one that I know of.
And did you participate in a casting on Brandon Boudreaux?
I don't know if I said anything. I was there when they did it.
Do you know if Chad was present at that one?
Yes, he was.
And who was Brandon Boudreaux?
He was Lori's niece's, which her name is Melanie's husband.
Had you met Brandon?
Yes.
At any point, did you learn if Brandon had been designated as dark?
Yes,
And had he?
according to her.
Did she tell you where she received that information?
Yes, from Chad.
Do you know if any castings were ever done on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Were you present for them that you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you know if castings were done on Tylee or JJ?
Not that I know of.
You were not involved in any if they were?
I don't recall any of that.
And the castings in relation to Charles, do you recall approximately what period of time those were occurring?
So sometime between January and February 2019 up until um, I don't know, probably before he died.
And was your understanding that if the casting was successful, the body would naturally expire?
Yes,
Were you ever told that there would be violence done to the body?
never.
Were there other individuals that were involved in the castings besides you?
Yes,
Did some of them seem to have more involvement?
yes.
And do you recall who seemed to be more involved in the castings?
Lori and Sulema seem to know the most about it.
And the casting that we talked about Chad being present for, do you recall where that would have occurred?
Yes,
Where was that?
that was in Arizona.
Are you aware when Charles Vallow was killed?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
July 11th, 2019.
So this would have been subsequent to the castings taking place?
Yes, right, shortly after.
At some point, did you start to believe or believe that Charles may be possessed?
To some level, yes.
And how many times had you met Charles?
Just a handful times.
Would you say you knew him very well?
No, I didn't know him very well.
Is it fair to say most of the information you had about Charles came from Lori?
Yes,
Do you recall sometime in July staying at Lori's residence?
I do.
And do you recall her asking you to leave at some point?
Yes.
Why did she tell you you needed to leave?
So I woke up early in the morning and she told me I needed to leave because Charles was going to be coming down. He's driving in from Texas and that he was going to kill her.
Did she tell you anything that she was going to do, any precautionary steps she was going to take?
I believe she said that Alex was going to be there to help protect her.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Alex and Lori together?
Yes,
How would you describe their relationship or your observations?
close brother and sister relationship.
Anything about it seems strange to you?
No, seemed normal to me.
Just close.
Yeah, really close.
And you talked about her saying Alex was going to come to protect her.
Yeah.
At any point, did you learn if someone had designated Alex as Lori's protector?
Yes.
What did you learn about that?
So as Chad would share with Lori that his mission in life, according to what he learned, was to protect Lori. That was why he came here.
So Chad had designated Alex as Lori's protector,
That's right.
and Lori was going to have Alex stay to protect her from Charles.
I believe so.
Did you ever hear Charles threaten her?
No,
Were you present when Charles was killed?
no,
At some point later, did you talk to Lori about that?
yes.
What did she share with you about the killing of Charles?
She told me that he came in from Texas and that they were arguing. And she said he put his cell phone in the car and she grabbed it, ran in the house. He was really upset with her. They were standing around the kitchen. He was threatening her. Tylee had a bat and she was trying to protect her mom or herself, I'm not sure. And then Charles and Alex got in a physical fight, and then Alex went to the bedroom to get his gun to defend himself.
And was it your understanding, or were you told that Alex then shot and killed Charles?
That's what that's what she told me.
And did you also talk to Alex about what had happened?
Yes,
And do you recall what he shared with you?
I believe he shared the same story. I don't remember all the detail to it, but it was the same story.
Do you recall how close in time it was after Charles' death that you talked to Lori and or Alex?
It felt like about 4 days afterwards.
When you talked to Lori and Alex, were they together?
Well, at first I talked to her on the telephone, so I don't know if he was there or not.
And then later when you talked to Alex, was Lori present?
I don't know if it was the first time I saw her or not. It could have been. Could have been the next time. I'm not really sure.
But at some point around 4 days later, you talked to both Lori and Alex.
Well, for sure her, but I can't remember when I talked to him. Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Yeah.
When you talked to Lori, it's just 4 days later, any sign of sadness?
No,
Any sign of grief?
no,
How did she seem?
happy.
When you talked to Alex, any sign of remorse?
A little thoughtful, little unsure of himself.
At some point after Charles is shot and killed, did you see Chad Daybell again?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long after?
So it must have been a couple of weeks after Charles's death. He was in Arizona at Lori's house.
So just a couple weeks after Charles' death, Chad Daybell's down in that house.
Correct.
Do you know at that time if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
Do you know where Chad stayed when he was back down in Arizona?
I believe it was Lori's house.
Did you have an opportunity to observe he and Lori together?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
They seemed super excited to be together. They were standing, talking to several of us at the kitchen table, and they're standing side by side and, excited to share, their future plans together.
Any sign of grief from Chad?
No.
And you talked about they were excited to share their future plans together.
Yeah.
So Chad and Lori were planning a future together?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And Tammy was still alive?
Yes.
And Judge, I'm just looking at the time here. It's almost 10. I don't know if the court wants to take a break at this point.
I
Or
was
keep going.
thinking anytime between now and 10:15 or whenever you feel like is a logical break point is fine.
I think this may be a logical break point.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess then. And it's right about 10, so we will resume right back about 10:30 with further testimony.
All rise, please.
Holy. Y'all see the Dubuque has entered again. This is why I have the big D, designated dark. Holy guacamole. Now, I will say this. Nate Eaton did say that he believed that O'Mel G would be taking the stand this week. And this morning, after I got up and I did like my little morning routine, my coffee, my 5-hour, I took a shower and I was listening to Nate on East Idaho News and, his recap from, yesterday's testimony, because I missed some of the afternoon, and he's really good at remembering some of the details around the dates of some of those transactions are like hard for me to remember in my brain all of the time. But Nate has such a good grasp on all of those. So he's so good at putting it all together in a way that makes sense. And so anyway, I was listening to him while I was in the shower, but after I got out of the shower and I was lotioning and potioning, I kept checking I can't do it, y'all, his Twitter X, and refresh, because I remember from, Lori's trial, Nate was like, well, she's at the courthouse, all the things, right? We kind of had an idea that, thank you, Shmita. We kind of had an idea that, when she was going to be taking the stand. Okay. So this was a little surprise to me. I thought maybe today, but I thought maybe in the afternoon. I didn't think it would be this early. And also, before I forget, I want to, I thanked Music City Mom in the chat, but I want to make sure to thank her out loud. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate that so, so much. Okay. Now, where's Shamita's little comments? Where did that go? Oh, crap. Oh, here we go. My thing. Okay. So the reason I didn't go live last night is because I was on a very important phone call. And now I have mentioned my friends who back in 2019 talked a lot with Nick, and they both still, well, one of them still communicates with Nick now, like currently. So I had asked them a while back if they wanted to come on the channel and just talk about their communications with Nick Godejohn. And they reached out yesterday and we had a phone call. And so they have agreed to come and share with you guys, sort of, they're the original founders of the Nick Godejohn Freedom Project. They're not part of it anymore, but they have agreed to come up on the channel and panel up with the girl. And we're just going to have a catch up. And I'm telling you guys, I've known these girls for a very long time. You guys will like them. And they have some really, they have some really good insight, and you don't want to miss that. I think we are tentatively scheduling it for next Wednesday between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern. So that day, I will not be doing, obviously, a recap of, court. But I wanted to share that with you guys because I'm super excited about that. You guys are really going to love these girls. They are really funny, and they're just like, some really, 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 just some cool chicks. You will like them, I promise. And so I wanted to share that with you guys. And then now we're into, what is this? I believe day 3 of the jury selection in the Karen Reed case, or the Karen Reed trial. And I'm keeping an eye on it. Good morning, Debbie Doodles. Good to see you, babe. I am, hold on just a second. I am, keeping an eye on that. And this is going to take a lot of juggling on your girl's part. And you guys all know that time management is a developing skill. I pretty much get an N in it every semester because definitely needs improvement. But I'm really working on it. And because I'm quite interested in that case, there's a lot of emotion around it. And there are some very, very staunch sides. There's like almost no in the middle. And while I know like the backstory, I understand what she's on trial for, what she's been accused of, and, some of the things surrounding people who believe she's either 100% innocent or 100% guilty. And I know all of those things. But for me, hey, True Psych Ward, good to see you, babe. I started to go down that rabbit hole and then decided not to. And here's why. It's been a very, very long time since I have covered a trial where I don't know all of the things. And I used to have a show on the channel called Notes from the Jury Box. And it was basically us watching trials and learning in real time details of cases, and therefore sort of maybe having kind of an insight into what the jury may be thinking, right? And what they're taking in. And I haven't been able to cover a trial like that in a long time. So that's why I have intentionally avoided all of the things. And True Psych Word, of course, I will ask you all of the things. And you better come up on the panel, ma'am, lady. Also, I have a feeling once we get to I don't think it's going to be so much the direct examination of Mel G, because when obviously direct examination is a little bit more like chill in a way. It's still daunting for her to be up there, okay? But it's just it's not as what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, I feel we all know that from the preliminary hearing, we know that prior is not about the Mel G. Like, the friendship door is freaking closed, okay? And so I think it's going to be contentious for cross-examination, and something about that. And this is why I have True Psych Word, my bestie, my ride or die, the peanut butter to my jelly, highlighted, because I smell a roast coming for the cross-examination. I just have this feeling in my soul. And if you were to ask me about other probations, all my probations agree that this is going to be there's going to be some roast-worthy material in the cross-examination. And the only person that I can think of who would be the person to roast with me, the person who I started it all with, is True Psych Ward. And I feel like we need it. It's like incumbent upon us to come full circle. So I'm kind of, I have like my wheels are turning about that. So I'm kind of excited about, I want to hear the cross-examination. And I have a feeling that this testimony from Melanie, just based on how it was in Lori's trial, I believe that Melanie spent like a day and a half on the stand, like one full day and then half of the second day on the stand. But that was in Lori's trial. And I think that, hang on just a second. I think that I think it might be different in this case. I think that because a lot of Melanie's responses pertaining to things that Lori told her involved Chad telling Lori first. I feel like there's going to be a broader range of questions that will be allowed in on cross-examination. It'll, the scope will be bigger. And so I think it's going to last longer this time around than it did in Lori's trial. So I really, I kind of am thinking that I don't know if we'll get to cross today. I'm not sure. But what I can say is that regardless, I'm going to be live talking about this testimony tonight because this is the testimony, one of the people testifying that I have most been intrigued. Not intrigued. I'm not intrigued. I know what Melanie's going to say, so that's not. I'm anxiously awaiting the cross examination. That's for damn sure. But I feel like I can pay it. Like it's sometimes you guys know I get distracted by shiny things. Alice, Mac, Nestor, my friends distract me, but it's real easy to distract me. And so sometimes it's hard for me to watch a trial, certain parts of a trial, even trials that I'm like completely invested in. Sometimes I drift. And that's why I'm glad that I'm going back to streaming because it's, being here with you guys makes it so much more enjoyable. If you can enjoy trials because it's hard to use. I feel weird using the word enjoyable because I actually do enjoy watching the justice system. I do enjoy watching trials, although the subject matter is very dark. Somebody's life was taken. And in this case, it was children. And in this case, it was Tammy. I mean, Chad's not on trial for Charles, but Lori will be in Arizona. And I mean, people's lives were taken from them for really, it's not like there's even a good reason, but there's ever a good reason. But this is, like just awful. And there's just something darker and more heinous about when somebody's life is taken, when it's taken at the hands of somebody that they knew and loved and trusted. So, in this case, Lori and JJ and Tylee, she's their mother. Chad with Tammy, it's fucked up. And anyways, so I don't want to get too much on a soapbox, but I like watching these trials but like I said, I get thrown off track and I get, sometimes distracted or whatever, all the time distracted. So watching it with you guys makes that better. Let me see. This is the one that I wanted to highlight and I highlighted the wrong one. Music City Mom 2 says, what trial has been your most enjoyable to watch to date? I think Todd Mullins, the corn rate killer trial, was fascinating to me. I didn't know anything about the case. And Teresa from Criminality came up. Rottweiler Investigations was up, and Shamita was up, which was interesting to me and made that one really enjoyable. I have a playlist on my channel, Music City Mom, if you want to watch that. But I think the most enjoyable one to me would actually be the Depp Heard trial. And here's why. Because I've never watched a civil trial before, and civil trials are vastly different from criminal trials, and especially what questions can be asked, the type of evidence that can come in. And to be frank, let me quote Pryor. Well, quite frankly, the words slander, libel, defamation get thrown around a lot on these YouTube streets. And I don't think the people that are throwing them around all the time know exactly. I think they know what the words mean. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I don't think they understand exactly what is required to prove those in a court of law. And so that's why that one has been the most interesting one to me. Yeah, sometimes I'd be liking to get up on a soapbox. Nadine says, "Don't let Bindi fool you. She loves a good soap, good box of soap to get on." I do, but then sometimes I don't because I got a bad back, and sometimes it's kind of hard to climb down from all of that. Chandler Halderson was a good trial too, because this guy was so unassuming. Like, to look at him, you would never think that he would be capable of doing what he was found guilty of doing. Um, and just the details of it, you know, um, all over the fact that he didn't want his parents or his girlfriend to find out that he wasn't enrolled in school, and he definitely wasn't going to be part of SpaceX. I just feel like it's of all things, you know what I mean? Like, there's never a good justification. No motive is a good motive, but for him to do what he did to his parents, to their bodies, especially when you think about the timing of all of it, where he killed his father first and then basically lied, sat and wait for his mom to come home, and the fireplace, it was all just so much. And Rottweiler Investigations has Kat's interrogation video, which is really interesting, and she also has jail calls between Kat's mom. What's her name? Bless her heart. All I can think of is the time she reached for the antibacterial and was going to take a drink of that instead of water. It'll come to me in a minute, her name, but there's jail calls on there between them. Let me, if one of the mods, Shmita knows, Shmita, will you please go and, hang on just a second. Will you get Mo's channel for me, babe, please, and post it? Hold on. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys. Dulce, thank you, Lucky Spinster. So Shmita just sent me something. It is from Damian Eccles. It is his Twitter X. Are y'all ready? Are y'all sitting? Okay, here it goes. The Arkansas Supreme Court has ruled in our favor. Further DNA testing is to be allowed. Hopefully, this will allow us to solve this case once and for all. Thank you to everyone who has supported us for the past 31 years. I'll keep you posted as things move forward. I can't. I don't even know what to say to that. I'm getting a little verklempt. I'm not even lying. There's some kind of like some type of fluid in my eye that's starting to leak a little bit. Give me just a minute, you guys, okay? Okay. Music City Mom, it's the West Memphis 3 case. And also, Lisa S., thank you for joining us. I'm glad you joined. Okay, so here's the deal. The reason this is emotional for me is because to be able to have an opportunity to have some answers in this case, for me, like I've been following this case since what, like 2001, I think, somewhere in between 2000 and 2001. It's just the potential, I mean, it's to have the answers after all of these years. It's been more than 30 years. May 5th of 2024 will be 31 years. 31 years with just some really huge question marks looming over this case. And listen, everybody is entitled to feel how they feel about this case. And I don't, I'm not going to judge anybody if they feel that Jason, Jesse, and Damien are actually guilty. I mean, the fact of the matter is they took an Alford plea, so they've been legally found guilty. But, to have the potential for some answers is just, it's overwhelming to me. And, I don't even really know how to take it. And I want to thank the person who sent that to Shmita to send to me, because I think everybody that knows me knows how long I have been following that case. And that is the case that touched my soul first. And I swore to myself after that case that I would never allow another case in like that, but I did. I allowed Gannon's case in like that. Something about Gannon just touched my soul. And, as much as I get irritated with Letitia, and the things that she says on those video call or those phone calls, those jail calls, irritates me to my very soul, like on a cellular level, right? Like every single cell in my body is annoyed with her, and just, right? For some reason, I need to know. I need to hear all of those calls. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to, nothing she says is ever going to make me be like, oh, I get it. Because it's never going to be like that. And I know that on like a rational, logical level. But, so like I would be this way if Letitia would ever come out at some point and say, I'm going to finally answer and tell the truth about what happened, the candle, all the things that, are still like, we don't quite understand. And if we would be able to be assured that it would be like the 100% truth, right? Like if something happened, like liar, liar, and for 24 hours, she just could not lie. And she had to answer those questions. That's how, I feel. And so for me, this is like that. There is a DNA sequence that was found on I don't know exactly what the correct term for this is, but on tennis shoes around where the shoelace goes in, there was DNA found there on Chris Byers' shoe. And it doesn't match Damien, Jason, or Jesse, or Terry Hobbs, or anybody else that is known and associated with this case. Anybody that provided a DNA sample, it doesn't match any of them. And they want to analyze the shoelaces and something else that I can't remember off of the top of my head right now, just because I'm a little, But anyway, if they were to find DNA You know, and it would depend on, you know, if they were, what they found it on, who it belonged to, you know, just to have make up I don't like, I'm not, you know, I'm realistic. You know, I understand that this may provide some answers or it may not. I get that. But but they were shut down initially. Well, Damien was. He's the one that's actually petitioned to have this DNA testing done. But initially they were the judge said, no, we're not going to do any more testing. That's it, no more. And it, you know, just the fact that that it's been allowed to move forward and there's the potential there of getting some answers is huge to me. And it's, you know, I can't even believe it. So like, and I just, for today, I want you guys to know what our schedule will be. We will go, I'll stream until lunch, and then I will be live tonight. I might have to, because I feel like Melanie is going to be a lot. I think what I'll do is, rather than going, let me not say something that I can't, because I don't want to go over any of my girls, and I don't know. Let me look at if anybody has anything scheduled. It's kind of early in the day for them to be scheduling. I'm going to try. Ideally, I'd like to go at 8 p.m. Eastern, because obviously this would be, you know, probably a much longer trial or a much longer live with a lot more to go over. And so I feel like I need a longer amount of time to talk about it. So, but if any of my like friends are going live at the same time, I don't want to stream over them. So if they're live at 8, I'll just wait until 9, because I'm flexible like that. So it looks like they're about to come back, because whenever I see the mouse on the screen, I'm like, okay, you know, obviously they're about to come back. Judge Boyce is and I'm in let's just for a brief minute focus on what we're here for, which is the Daybell case, right? And Melanie. Yesterday we were talking about Melanie, and I was saying that what I find difficult with Mel G over here is that, you know, she was a participant in all of this stuff, right? And so when she's explaining these castings and these events, right, there is a certain level of distancing that she tries to do. For example, she was asked about something having to do with Lori and who she was in a former probation, and right, and she says, well, somebody named Moroni. Like, she doesn't know who Moroni is. I am not LDS, and I know who that is. I might not know how to spell it, but I do know who that is. Okay, boho hobo, let me go. Let me check right now. Okay, on the channels. Oh, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. So generous. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Oh, so sweet. Thank you. I need to put that on my phone, on this phone. That's one app I don't have. Hang on just a sec. Okay, I got it. I checked it, and as soon as I'm finished, I will reply. Okay, promise. Anyway, she knows who Moroni is, and she knows that the implication of what that Lori's saying that she was married to Moroni in a previous life. What do they call it? Probation. Is it's not like Lori said, I was married to John Smith, which also that's probably not an example. I was married to Jared Leto in a previous life. We were a couple back in the day. You know what I mean? In another probation. It's not this. That's although being married to Jared Leto in a previous probation would be a big deal to some of us. Yes, Jordan Catalano forever, but also 30 Seconds to Mars. Anyway, they're touring. But you take my meaning, right? That's different than like me having the biggest crush on Jordan Catalano since whenever my so-called life first came out, was that 94, 95, is very different than saying that I was married to one of the saints in a previous probation. Okay. Especially, given the fact that I'm Catholic, right? That would be a big deal. So for Lori to tell Mel G, I was married to Moroni in a previous probation. So for those who may not know, Moroni is the angel that told Joseph Smith, who is the founder of the Mormon religion, where the gold plates were located. And as the story goes, the gold plates were supposed to be the word of God for the people in America. Sort of like the American version of, I guess, like the 10 Commandments. Okay. So that is who Moroni is. Like, he's a big deal. All right. Now, as I understand how the story goes, Moroni visited Joseph Smith multiple times and revealed the location of these gold plates. But Joseph Smith, I think that it was something like Joseph did not go like the next day and go start searching for these gold plates. Okay. It took him a while. Like, the number 3 is coming to me, and I cannot remember if it was 3 years or 3 months, which obviously are very different lengths of time and would probably be integral to the storyline. So I'm not going to say for sure, but I know he didn't go right away. There was a delay. And so anyway, it's a big deal. And that's all indicative of Melanie. And it is my personal belief. It's not so much what she says, it's what she doesn't say when she answers certain questions related to the casting and the multiple probations, energy work, stuff like that, that almost comes off as a little bit defensive. And the only time people get defensive about their beliefs is if they still believe them. Usually, not all the time, obviously. And so that's why I am always, one of the reasons I am perpetually side-eyeing Mel G, because like I said, she comes off as simultaneously, and this is a hard thing to do as a human being, right? Especially if you're up there, under oath, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, all those things, right? It's difficult to be like 100% honest while simultaneously distancing and yourself and also being defensive of these ideas, right? And ideals. So to me, it's very interesting, the dichotomy that exists in Melanie while she is testifying or just even talking about the circumstances. So that's why I'm just like, bruh, I can't with her, you know? And when they come back, I think that I might adjust the layout, because as you know, Melanie, when Melanie begins to speak and isn't speaking the truth, her bangs do a funny thing. They start to stick out. And the more she doesn't, the less honest she is, the more they stick up. It's almost like a divining rod. And I just noticed it. Okay. So maybe I'm going to mess with the layout whenever they come back and see if we can get a close up of Melanie so I can see what them bangs is doing. What them bangs do, girl. So they're taking an awful long time. I know it's been more than 30 minutes. Let me see if I'm make sure I'm live. Still waiting. Talking. Oh. Yeah, we're going to have our own Mel G bang cam. Them bangs, though. Come on, y'all. I need for him to, I guess I could do it. Hold on. I guess I could rewind a little bit to when she's actually on the stream.
Stay at her house
And
if you know.
mute
Yes.
it. All right. And then edit the layout. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. There it is. No. Bruh. There we go. I think I got it. Shit. Give me just a second, you guys. I should probably be putting music on or something to freaking entertain us while I'm doing this, while you're just listening to me. Click, 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 click. There's gotta be. I know that there is a way to do this. I should have done this before. Maybe I'll mess with it later to. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like it was because it's not really helpful. Let's see if they're back. Nope, not yet. You guys think that Melanie made a run for it? Like she's like, I've said everything I'm gonna say for today. I'm out. Do you think they gotta go and rustle up old Mel G? And Debbie, yes, I do. I do watch Hidden True Crime, and I do watch Dr. John, and they do excellent coverage and explaining of the religious aspect of it, while also explaining, he doesn't explain the religious aspect. That's more Lauren, but he does the psychological aspect of it. And I really do enjoy that channel. I also like Mormon Stories podcast because the channel owner is a psychologist and also a Mormon, or was a Mormon. And so the people that he has on his channel are people that have left the LDS, and they come and they tell their stories about why. And, he just does an excellent job. And Debbie, no, I didn't see that. I am admittedly very behind on watching channels that normally I watch and enjoy, because I am trying to keep up with all of these things. Okay, Neat Noodle. Gotcha. I didn't think about that. Whatever, because like for me, it's very clear who I'm speaking about. It has to do with Melanie. I've been calling her Melanie Shebang since me and Dr. B did that roast. How many years ago was that? But I take your meaning and you're right. I will be sure to be careful about that. I'm not going to stop, but I'll be more careful. So, Music City Mom, I worry about that too. What if you are a juror, right? And they're in the middle of like Melanie Gibb's testimony or anybody's testimony, really, it doesn't matter. But let's just say for this.
Mr. Court, again.
Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have the jurors brought back in, please.
There has got to be. Hold on, let me see what I can do here. No. I will mess with it after we get off of here and figure out how to make it more Mel G centric. I'm hungry. I know you were, Neat Noodle, but you're right, though. You're right. And what's interesting to me while we're watching, because they have a view of the gallery now. I would, I guess this time around, we can, but we have to make sure we refer to her as Melanie Banks. Do you know what I mean? Not just Banks. I would never do that, by the way, I'm not judging anybody for what they do, but I just wouldn't do it. That's just me, though. I'm not responsible for other people. I'm only responsible for me. And even then, it's kind of touch and go. I'm barely responsible for me sometimes. So I really thought that the gallery would be more packed. So what I'm thinking is, you guys, you're welcome, Daisy. Thank you for being here. I really thought that, I really think that maybe they kept Mel G on the low. You know what I'm saying? I think there wasn't as much of a fuss and an entrance. Although I do think that skirt is making its second appearance in court. Maybe even its third, because that does look similar to the skirt she wore in the preliminary hearing and when she testified in Lori. So this must be her testifying skirt. I wonder if she's
All
got
right,
that
we're back on
gardening
the
hat.
record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I'll note that the witness, Ms. Gibb, is still under oath. The state's continuing with direct examination. We just concluded our mid-morning recess. It went slightly longer than anticipated. I had a matter I took up with counsel on a sidebar that was reported in the case. I believe we're ready to commence then with further examination. And Ms. Blake, just for scheduling purposes, we do want to take a lunch break today, approximately noon, if that works out with your scheduling.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll watch the clock.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Ms. Gibb, before we took the break, we'd been talking about the killing of Charles and your observation shortly after that. Prior to Charles' death, did you and Lori have conversations about her relationship with Chad?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recall if she shared with you the nature of their relationship?
Yes.
And what did she share with you, if you recall?
that they really loved each other. They had been in multiple lives. They had missions together. That there was some physical affection, contact.
And this was when Charles was still living as well.
Yes,
And we talked about when Chad came back down, or when Chad came down to Arizona after Charles had been killed, Lori and Chad talking about plans for a future together.
right.
Did that include talk of the missions that you just referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we already went over that before the break. If you'd like me to go over it again.
If that's a objection, then it's overruled.
And she shared with you that there was some kind of physicalness within their relationship.
Correct.
Did she tell you whether or not she thought that was okay because they were both married?
Yes, she said that every time she would get together with Chad, she would always ask Jesus if what was acceptable or appropriate that she could interact with Chad.
And if she felt she had the affirmation that it was okay, then she would do it.
I assume.
Did she tell you where they would meet up?
Hotels.
Did you ever talk to Chad or Lori about whether either of them were seeking a divorce?
Yes.
What did you learn in relation to that?
I asked why weren't they getting a divorce, and she told me that if Chad were to seek after a divorce, that he would be in trouble with Jesus, that he would lose his exaltations.
Did she tell you where she got that information?
She got it from Chad.
Do you know if Charles had started any divorce proceedings?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
But Lori didn't.
Correct.
Did you ever see Lori with more than one phone?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many phones you saw her with?
3.
Did she ever tell you anything about why she had 3 phones?
One was her own personal phone, and then one was she just had a connection with Chad through the other phone, and I'm not sure about the other one.
So one of the phones was to communicate with Chad.
Yes.
Did you ever learn if Chad had more than one phone?
I remember she saying he had a special phone just for her, but that's all I remember.
Did Lori ever share with you how often she and Chad were in contact?
It was mostly daily. I'm sure there was times where she said, she couldn't contact him for certain reasons, but mostly it was daily.
And would that have been approximately since they met that they stayed in that type of contact, if you
Yeah.
know?
Yes, that I know of.
And we talked about Lori telling you Chad had shared with her that they'd been married in prior lives.
That's right.
Did she ever tell you specific names that they had in prior lives or who they were?
Yes.
What were some of those that she shared with you?
I'm trying to remember her names. I'm not remembering her names. I remember certain positions though.
And what were those positions?
She was married to Moroni, and she was married to James, and she was she was Chad's wife, but he was James, and she was, I think, Elena. And then Chad was considered to be Methuselah, and she was his daughter, I believe, but I don't remember a name. Seemed like there was another time she was a lady that was married to a relative of Joseph Smith. But I can't recall her name right now. I can't, and there could have been another one. I'm just not recalling it.
And when you say you remember positions, were those biblical or figures within some scriptures?
Yes,
When she was Elena, do you know who Chad was supposed to have been in that life?
James, one of the apostles of Jesus Christ.
And is that one of the times that they were married in a previous life?
Yes,
Did she tell you where she learned that information?
from Chad.
Did she ever tell you how Chad would get his information?
She said that he would sit in his portal and ask questions.
Did you ever see the portal that was referenced?
Yes. Oh, well, not his, but hers.
And what did you observe in relation to Lori's portal?
It was nothing but, just a spot in her closet. I mean, it didn't look like anything. She just considered it her portal, but it looked like just a regular space.
And who told her that was a portal?
Chad told her and taught her about it.
Had Lori ever talked to you about portals before meeting Chad?
I can't recall.
Do you recall when the last time you saw Tylee was?
In Arizona, July or August of 2019.
And after Charles' death, at some point, do you recall Lori leaving Arizona?
Yes,
Do you know where she relocated?
she relocated to Rexburg.
Did she ever talk to you about why she left to Arizona to go to Rexburg?
Yes, she wanted to be with Chad and start their missions together.
Do you know whose idea it was for her to go to Idaho? Did she share that with you?
I can't remember if it was hers or both of theirs.
But she wanted to go to be with Chad.
Correct.
And when she left to go to Idaho, to the best of your knowledge, was Tammy still alive?
She was.
We had talked about people being light and dark. Do you recall if Lori ever said anything to you in relation to Tylee and whether or not what her level was or her rating?
She did say she was dark at some point. I don't remember the rating.
Do you know who gave her that information?
I'm guessing it was Chad. I don't remember.
Generally speaking, would she tell you she turned to Chad for these answers?
Yeah.
Did you know of anything else Chad used to get answers?
Yes, one time I saw him with a pendulum.
Do you recall what the pendulum looked like?
It was gold, I think, or brass, and it had like a pointiness to the bottom of it and like a string.
Do you recall when you saw that?
That was in February of 2019.
Do you recall where you were?
Yeah, I was here in Boise, Idaho.
And do you recall why you were in Boise?
Yeah, there was a conference that weekend that I came to.
Do you recall who was present with you that you associated with at that conference?
Yes, Chad was there, and Sulema, Serena, and Audrey. And there were a lot of other people, but that was in the little small circle of friends.
Were those the individuals around when you saw the pendulum?
Right, correct.
I didn't hear you mention Lori. Was she there?
No,
Do you know where she was?
she was in Hawaii, I believe.
When Lori moved to Idaho, do you recall who went with her?
JJ and Tylee and Alex, He was either there before or after. I don't know. I know at some point he was up there.
So Alex, her brother, moved around the same time she did?
Yes,
And this is after Charles has been killed, correct?
correct.
And it's after Chad has told Alex that he's Lori's protector. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you recall if you ever spoke to Lori after she'd moved to Idaho?
Yes,
Do you recall if you heard anyone in the background when you talked to her?
yes, she was in her apartment playing games with Alex and Tylee.
So you heard Tylee in the background when you talked to her?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
August or September, not sure.
Would it have been shortly after they'd moved to Rexburg?
Yes, they just moved in.
At some point after Lori and Alex and the children moved to Idaho, did you end up visiting Lori?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
The weekend of September 22nd,
And was that of 2019?
correct.
Do you recall why you ended up coming to Idaho during that weekend?
Yes, there was a conference in town, and then I was going to record a podcast with her.
Had you and Lori recorded podcasts before?
Yes,
When you came to Idaho, where did you end up staying?
at Lori's house.
And did you drive or fly? Do you recall?
I flew.
Who picked you up at the airport?
Lori.
When you got to Lori's house during that weekend, who was present?
Alex was there and JJ was there. And then occasionally Chad would come over.
And then was there an individual named David Warwick that also ended up there?
Oh, yes.
And who was David Warwick?
He's my husband now.
And at the time?
He was my boyfriend.
Do you know if Alex had his own apartment as well?
Yes,
And he did,
he did.
but he would be at Lori's at times?
Yes.
I didn't hear you say anything about Tylee. Did you ever see Tylee when you arrived in Idaho?
No,
Did you ask Lori at any point where Tylee was?
yes.
What were you told?
I was told that she was at the BYU Idaho campus at school, and she got roommates with some girls that she was able to get her in.
Did Lori talk any more about Tylee while you were there?
No,
Did you ever see Tylee come visit?
no,
Ever hear Lori on the phone with her?
no.
Do you know whose room you stayed in while you were there?
Tylee's.
Were a lot of Tylee's items in the room?
Nothing was in there. That was clothing or anything, just furniture.
Did Lori talk to you about JJ while you were there?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that the day before I arrived that he became dark.
So previously she'd told you Tylee was dark,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah.
And now JJ was dark.
Correct.
Did you observe JJ that weekend?
Yes.
Did you observe any behaviors that caused you concern?
No.
Do you recall her telling you why she believed he was dark?
Either Chad told her or she figured it out herself. I'm thinking it was Chad, but I'm not remembering.
And Chad was present at times that weekend,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Was he present when there was talk of JJ being dark?
It's possible.
Did you ever observe any interactions between JJ and Chad while you were there?
Yes.
And what were those?
JJ seemed to be upset, and so Chad took him upstairs with him, and they went into
All right, I'll construe that as an objection based on foundation. Ms. Blake?
Ms. Gibb, do you recall approximately when in your visit the interaction occurred?
I feel like it was Thursday, like I got there on a Wednesday, I believe. I feel like it was the next day.
And I guess for reference, how long were you there at Lori's?
From Wednesday to Monday morning.
So best of your recollection, this is around your second or your first full day there.
I think so.
And if you could go ahead and tell us again what you observed.
Okay. He took him upstairs, and then after a period of time, he came back downstairs. I believe he was holding his hand, and that's what I observed with them.
Did you observe any injuries to Chad?
He had a red scratch on his neck.
Did he tell you how he got that?
I asked him, and he said that JJ had scratched him.
Had you seen many interactions between Chad and JJ before that?
No.
When you were there, you talked about Chad coming and going. Did he stay the night to the best of your knowledge?
No, I never noticed that.
And this weekend that you're there, Tammy was still alive, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Chad talk about Tammy?
A little bit.
Do you recall what you heard?
Chad and David Warwick were speaking at the island, and David was asking him questions about Tammy, and Chad said, please don't share this with anybody, my relationship with Lori. And so David asked questions about the relationship he had with Tammy.
Ms. Blake, objection based on foundation.
Your Honor, I think she's recalling events from that weekend. So we do have a narrowed time frame. I can ask a follow-up question, but it's based on her personal knowledge.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask additional foundational questions, Ms. Blake.
Do you recall approximately when you heard this conversation between David and Chad during your stay?
It would have been on the weekend because David was there already. He didn't come until Friday, so could have been like on a Saturday or Sunday.
So sometime around Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
And what did you hear Chad say about Tammy?
That she was a good wife, I believe. I'm not recalling right now what he said.
Do you recall him ever mentioning that he was going to divorce her?
Never heard that.
Ever hear him talk about getting separated?
No.
Did you observe Chad and Lori interact while you were there?
Yes.
Did you observe them interact several times through your stay?
Yes.
What were your observations of their interactions?
They seemed to be a couple that was close and loved each other. There was affection, hugging. I saw her kiss him on the cheek. They were singing together, maybe a little dancing.
So affectionate with each other.
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing them act affectionate outside of the apartment?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
We were walking around the campus, and they were holding hands.
Campus is pretty broad, Ms. Blake.
When you refer to campus, do you know which campus that was?
The BYU, Idaho.
All right.
The BYU Idaho campus is what you said?
Yes.
I'm going to pause so you can take a drink.
Thank you.
And do you recall approximately when you went and walked the track during your time in Idaho?
It was really in the beginning, so it was either Wednesday night or Thursday night.
And what did you observe between them at the BYU Idaho track?
Very affectionate and loving towards each other.
Did you ever ask them or did they ever say anything to you about that?
I asked them if they were concerned, if they were worried if Tammy might see them together, and she let me know that Tammy, wasn't aware of his personal life like that, where he went.
But again, no indication of divorce or separation.
Correct.
Did Lori ever talk to you about September 22nd having any kind of special meaning to her?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that it was an anniversary for her of when she saw Moroni in the temple.
And do you recall the last time you saw JJ?
It was the Sunday night, the 22nd.
What was happening the last time you saw him, if you remember?
I was in the house, Lori's house, and I was doing a recording with Lori and David, and Alex walked in the door holding JJ on his shoulder and was taking him to bed. He had fallen asleep.
And did you see where Alex put JJ to bed?
No,
Do you know which room JJ normally slept in?
he often slept with his mom in the corner of her room. There was a little spot that she would put a bed in there for him, but he also had his own bedroom too.
Did he sleep in his bedroom that night?
No,
And how do you know that?
because I was in that bedroom, then JJ's bedroom, so he wasn't in there.
And you talked earlier, you were going to stay in Tylee's room.
Right.
Can you tell us why you ended up in JJ's room?
So I was, slept often in Tylee's room. And then when David got there, him and we were in the same room that night together, talking and reading scriptures and going to bed.
So did David have his things in JJ's room?
Yeah.
So was it your understanding JJ was put to bed in Lori's room that night?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened that night out of the ordinary?
David woke up with just a panic. He had a really bad dream, like a nightmare, and he was very disturbed by it. And I asked him, what was going on, what he experienced. And so I was concerned, and I thought I could call out and see if I can get some help from Lori and Chad to see if they could give him a priesthood blessing of comfort.
Did
Judge,
you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first word. Should give him a what blessing?
Priesthood blessing.
Did you in fact try to contact Chad?
Yes.
How did you try to contact him?
Text or phone call.
Did he respond?
No.
And would this have been in the early morning hours?
Sometime in the early morning.
Did you attempt to make contact with Lori?
Yes.
And how did you try to do that?
The same, text and phone call. And then I went to her room to see if she was there, and it was locked.
Did she respond to the text or phone call?
No.
And then her bedroom door was locked.
Correct.
You have no way to know who was on the other side?
No.
Did anyone ever open the door for you?
No.
And you said that was on the 22nd.
Correct.
Did you see JJ the next day?
No.
Did you ever see JJ again?
No.
After Charles was killed, did Lori ever share with you how she was going to survive financially?
She talked about money she received from JJ from his Social Security. She talked about And let's see, she talked about, I think, like, was it Social Security for Charles, and then we talked about insurance a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's what you're thinking of.
So do you know if she ever received any life insurance for Charles?
I don't think so.
So to the best of your knowledge, she was living off the Social Security money.
Yeah, to my knowledge.
Do you know if Lori ever got a job when she came to Idaho?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did she ever tell you that she had a job lined up and that's why she was moving to Idaho?
No.
At some point, did Lori talk to you about some struggles with JJ?
Yes.
What did she share with you about that?
She said that he was acting out more as far as the weekend that I was there in September, that he was acting like he was possessed. He was, 1 minute he would be upset, 1 minute she would say he was talking very intelligent, just a variety of different behaviors. She seemed troubled by it, that he had been taken over by evil spirit, that he was upsetting. I don't know. She just seemed kind of upset by it.
Did she ever indicate any kind of a plan of how she was going to handle that?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she wanted Kay to have JJ.
Did she ever talk to you about a plan to get JJ to Kay?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she wanted to meet together with her in the airport and talk to her about her, like she had cancer or something like that. And that if she would take him, or a relative that was close by to Kay's family that would take him.
And did Lori talk to you about coming up with what to tell Kay to get her to take JJ?
Yeah, we talked about that.
And did you help her come up with an idea to tell Kay that Lori was sick and so she needed Kay to take JJ?
She was throwing different ideas out with me, and so we talked about that kind of scenario. Yeah.
Was it your understanding that Lori actually did in fact contact Kay? Is that what she told you?
Yeah, she did.
Did she tell you that in fact she had given JJ to Kay?
She did.
And we go back to the last time you saw JJ is the night of September 22nd.
Yes.
That next morning, did Lori say anything in relation to where JJ was that day?
I believe she said that David remembers this more than I do, but that he was with Alex that morning.
And is it sometime after that that Lori leads you to believe that she sent JJ to be with Kay?
Yes.
Did Lori talk to you about how she transferred JJ to Kay, the custody?
Yes.
And how was that?
She said they met up in the Salt Lake City airport and she took JJ.
And we'd talked, actually, let me back up. Sometime later so you're there in September.
Mm-hmm.
Did you continue to be in contact with Lori after that trip?
Yes.
Did you ever hear JJ in the background on any phone calls?
No.
Do you recall getting a call from Chad sometime in November of
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you got that call?
Yes, I was in Utah.
Do you recall approximately when it was?
I felt like it was like 2 or 3 days before Thanksgiving.
Do you recall what Chad told you or why he was calling?
Yes.
And why was that?
He told me that the Rexburg police were going to call me and ask about JJ.
What, if anything, did he tell you to do in regards to that?
He asked me not to pick up the phone and talk to them.
Did he tell you why he thought the police were going to call you?
Because he said that Lori had told the police that I had JJ.
How did Chad sound in that phone call?
Nervous.
Did you have JJ?
No,
Did you ask Chad where JJ was at that time?
I said, he's not with Kay. And he's no.
And prior to that, where had Lori told you JJ was?
He was with Kay.
Did Chad tell you anything else that you recall?
He said that Lori would shortly be calling me after that, but she was talking to the police. I can't remember right now everything else. It was very brief.
Do you recall if Chad indicated where he was when he placed that phone call?
I don't recall.
Did you learn at some point where Chad and Lori were? What state?
Oh, Idaho.
Did Lori in fact end up reaching out to you?
She did.
Do you recall what she told you?
When she answered the phone, or when I answered the phone, she was very positive and upbeat as if everything was okay. And she said that she was protecting Tyler and JJ because Kay was and others were trying to kidnap him. So that's why. And she told me to go to a Frozen movie and take a picture to act like there's other kids like I had him.
And did law enforcement in fact try to reach out to you?
They did.
Did you answer initially?
Initially, no.
Do you recall at any point if Lori, Alex, or Chad had told you anything regarding law enforcement?
At some point, yes. I can't remember the beginning, but I remember having a phone conversation with Alex, or maybe it was in person, that the police had come to his house and Melanie's house to ransack his house. And they came questioning, asking about where JJ was.
At any point were you told whether or not law enforcement were dark?
Yes.
And what were you told in regards to that?
I remember Alex saying they were considered dark translated beings.
And again, who was it that was able to determine if someone was dark from your understanding?
From my understanding, it was Chad.
So initially you don't answer the call from law enforcement. Why was that?
Because I was absolutely did not know and understand what to do about it.
At some point, did you end up talking to law enforcement?
I did.
What did you initially tell them in relation to JJ?
So when I called Gilbert Police, I initially told them I had JJ, but then I didn't have him. He was back with Lori.
So initially you complied a little bit with what Lori had asked. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yes.
At some point, did you make contact with law enforcement again?
Yes.
And did you end up making contact with them through an attorney?
Initially.
Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
So right after I discovered that I needed to go talk to the police, the day I was going to go, I had a phone call from a friend who I hadn't talked to in about a year or two. He was an attorney, happened to be an attorney, and he felt impressed. He told me to call me out of the blue. I mean, no knowledge of this case had been revealed to the public, so he wouldn't have known to call me. And then I felt to share a little bit about what was going on. And so he said, I should probably do a child, what do they call that? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name.
Are you thinking welfare check?
Welfare check. And I really wasn't sure what that meant because I've never been involved in that kind of dynamic before. So, yeah.
And did that friend of yours, the attorney, reach out to law enforcement and request a welfare check?
Yes.
At this point in time, did you have concerns about JJ's well-being?
Yes,
Did you have concerns about Tylee's well-being?
yes.
Did you end up sitting down with law enforcement later and telling them more about in regards to whether or not JJ was ever with you?
Yes, I told him everything.
And did you do that without an attorney?
Yes,
And did you in fact tell them JJ had never been with you?
correct.
Did you learn who had made or who had initially reported the children missing?
I'm sorry, can you?
Did you ever learn who had reported the children or JJ missing?
Are you referring to like maybe Kay contacting the police? Is that what
Yes.
you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you learn that?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
So originally Lori told you she'd given JJ to Kay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then later she told you Kay was going to try to kidnap JJ.
Right.
Did Lori disclose the location of JJ to you at that time?
No.
At some point, did you end up, or let me back up. After those calls from Chad and Lori around Thanksgiving, did you have further contact with Chad and or Lori?
So after, yes, after I went to Arizona for Thanksgiving, and Dave and I pulled over and called them because we were really concerned and wanted to have a prayer. We were worried about everybody. So that was a few days later.
And did Chad or Lori answer?
We called both of them. So
And they were together?
yes,
In that conversation, did Chad or Lori tell you where JJ was?
they didn't tell me where he was.
At some point, did you end up talking to Alex?
Yes,
And did you talk to Alex about your concerns with JJ?
I did.
Do you recall what Alex told you?
Yes, I asked him.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to when this conversation supposedly took place?
Objection based on foundation, Ms. Blake.
I'll ask some additional questions.
Thank you.
Do you recall approximately when you spoke with Alex about your concerns?
I think it was the day or two after Thanksgiving.
Do you recall where you spoke to him?
Yes, it was in Arizona, and we were behind the house that he just moved into, which was Suleiman's house. There's a field there. We were walking and talking, and that's where I asked him.
Do you recall if anyone else was present for that conversation?
Melanie was there, and then shortly after that, Sulema showed up.
So, and when you say Melanie, was that Lori's niece?
Yes.
And what did Alex tell you in relation to where JJ was or to your concerns for JJ?
I just said, do I want to know where JJ was? And he said no. And then he proceeded to tell me about the police coming to their apartment, and I didn't understand why they would do that. So we talked a little bit about that.
But when you asked if you wanted to know where JJ was, his response was you didn't want to know.
That's right.
At some point, did you end up making a phone call to Chad and Lori on December 8th of 2019?
Yes.
Who was present when you made that phone call?
No one.
Did you record the phone call?
Yes.
Was someone there recording it for you?
No.
What device did you use to record it?
Cell phone.
Had law enforcement asked you to make this phone call?
No.
And you did in fact record it?
Correct.
Judge, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42. It's a jump drive. I have a copy for counsel. And I would request to publish the first portion for identification purposes only.
All right. Before it's
I have one.
published, of course, we'll go through the question of admissibility. Mr. Pryor, is there any objection to Exhibit 42 being admitted?
I would have preferred a little more foundation, Judge, but at this point, I'm going to stipulate to the admission of the exhibit and allow her to move forward.
Okay, Exhibit 42 is admitted, but pending an additional or a first proffer that it is actually the exhibit Mr. Pryor believes it in the court improperly marked. In other words, Ms. Blake, if you just start a portion of it and let everyone confirm it's the call you're referring to.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that was actually my intention in order to lay more foundation. And it wants to give me difficulties. Let me try one of the other discs. Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
You may.
Sorry about that technical problem. I think I have it figured out. Not just. Okay, hopefully third time's a charm.
No.
I'm going to pause there briefly. Were you able to hear that?
Mhm.
Do you recognize the voice on there? And whose voice is that?
Fine.
And do you recognize this as the recording that you made on December 8th of 2019? Your Honor, I believe with the additional foundation, this may be, or I'd move for the admission of this exhibit.
All right, I've previously admitted it. May it be published, Mr. Pryor?
Yeah, there's no, Judge, you're right. You've already admitted it, so it can be published at this point.
Okay, before we do that, I am gonna maybe suggest we get a handheld microphone if one's readily available. We weren't getting great audio off of the mic on the stand there, Ms. Blake.
You have an extra disc or something? One that's not being used with anything else on it? Just put it on that and see. It'll take me a minute. Yeah, me too. I'm a lot slower.
And Your Honor, I think I had forgotten to turn the mic on again, so we'll see if it plays through and if it picks up better.
Okay.
And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number. And hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
Speak, Melanie.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Lori. Hi.
Hey, let me put on speaker.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We're enough with the phone. How are you guys?
Okay, how are you doing, babe?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I was wondering, where are you guys?
We're just hanging out.
Hanging out? Are you in Idaho?
We're in Idaho.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Lori.
Yeah,
I want to know, you remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me they went there, and now he's not there. I was wondering what happened.
well, I had to move him somewhere else because of her actions. So,
Was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something, or like trying to kidnap him?
well, she said that lots of times before, but,
Okay, when I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know. So is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is?
no, it's nobody. It's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me.
Okay.
So,
if you knew, that puts you in a danger.
well, just in a bad position.
Yeah, bad position.
Everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know.
Right. So you're just worried. Okay.
I'm just to keep him protected and
keep you protected.
And keep everybody else.
I appreciate that. Well, I was wondering why you told the police why he was with me.
I just needed to have somebody that so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was, because they were going to tell Kay where he is.
Oh, yeah. So do you think it's like your family, or, like your family, your dad, or, those people?
Family, well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and with her, basically.
Yeah. Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Are you afraid of anything? Like, are you afraid to tell me that you're just afraid that that I could be in danger? Like I don't, like, if I knew, like, how could that hurt me? I don't understand how that could hurt me if I knew where he was.
Well, I'm just not telling anybody so that nobody has to say where he is or get questioned to where he is, so I can keep him as safe as possible.
Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. But I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Yeah. So how long are you gonna be away for? Like, are you ever gonna be able to come out and come back to society again? Or are you gonna keep, come back? What does that look like?
I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day. So
I just wondered if I was ever gonna see you again.
Absolutely, you will.
Okay, so,
Yep.
so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out of, you'll be able to come out again, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's gone on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me in the first place.
Yeah, has she threatened you at all?
Yes, lots of times.
Oh boy, like, what did she say?
Well, it's in emails and everything. So.
So, like, she said she was going to come take them, or she was.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Nellie.
I know it sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because, you know, he's missing, and you know.
I know exactly where he is. He's perfectly fine.
Okay, well, I hope so. I had a scripture I wanted to share with you, if you don't mind.
I'd love it.
I was thinking about some of the things you guys have gone through, and I saw this scripture today, and I want you to
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about the scripture. Okay. So, did Alma turn himself into King Noah, or what was he required to do?
Well, King Noah was incredibly wicked.
Yes.
And so he fled his evil ways, which is adultery and living riotously and breaking all the commandments. He was a very unrighteous man.
What was he required to do, Alma?
He had to go and flee so that he would be safe, and then help other people realize how, you know, jacked up the system was and the government was.
What about Moroni? What was he required to do at the end?
To carry on those plates and bury them. That was his responsibility.
What did he have to do to do that? Did he hide?
He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so everybody was killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the Nephites.
And the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night.
The prophets did.
They did.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, this scripture is just something that may be thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Doctrine and Covenants, section 3, verse 7 and 8. It says, for behold, you should not have feared man more than God. Although men set at naught the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have been with you in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, He's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks. And then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness.
I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me.
Oh, it just sounds weird.
For darkness, Mel. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light. And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, but sometimes you have to hide in a cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is, because there is a lot of darkness on the earth.
I know.
It's been after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you already know she's dark.
I haven't met her enough to know if she is dark or not. I've just met her slightly, and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally.
So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of the policy and all that stuff. None of that's dark, right?
Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing.
I've seen them on my computer.
No, I have not. I haven't even looked on your computer before. You haven't showed me anything.
I don't being controversial to me, or if you're recording this conversation for the police or whatever. I don't know what your intention is on this phone call.
Well,
but I love with all my heart, and I have forever, and I will always love you.
I appreciate those words, but if you really love me, you wouldn't have told the police that I had JJ with me. That's not what a friend does. I mean, that just makes me look weird, and it's not safe for me. That doesn't look good. I mean, you had to think of my welfare if you love me.
I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do. And I appreciate you, and I love you.
I'm just
and I never do anything to harm you. And you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord.
I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's really going on, Lori. And I believe that you have been very deceived by Satan. I believe that he has tricked you. And I don't believe that what you're doing is correct. I just don't. I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me. This does not sound like you. This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience and I can see clearly.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I know you do. I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he has supported me and has supported me the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy does have the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law's right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
Oh, I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. Mm-hmm. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, but she hates doctors, and she just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know I've been told for years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And that I know Tammy's on a special mission and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith. And this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way Lori and I should ever come up with this. It's just...
You can understand my concern, correct?
I can from an outside perspective, but from
someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that for sure.
He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation, that I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
No, you know what? I have come to understand that my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, because you will be accountable for the knowledge that you do have, Mom.
So are you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. So
100%. I have no fear.
Yeah.
I have no fear of that.
But I really, as I was reading the story of Kohberger, And it is so very similar to this, you just can't see it, but he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very, very deceiving.
Natural desires?
Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that.
That's what you think is me, Kohberger? Are you kidding me right now?
I think both of you have similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful.
Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know.
I know, but we can rest the scriptures for our own vain glory.
I rested the scriptures?
We can do that. And I feel that you have to suit our belief systems.
Do I rest the scriptures? Is that what you're accusing me of at this point?
I feel that you have.
Why do you feel that way? I need an explanation on this.
Because if you look, like the scripture just shared, okay,
the scriptures every single day, you know?
I know you read them. I don't doubt that. But this scripture right here says that you will be supported by all against the fiery darts of the adversary. You would have been supported if you had not opened dark portals and dark junk. You would have been safe if you would have obeyed God. He would have had your back. But you have been chased and tortured. And
this or not,
I'm sorry.
He had back. So,
well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And you know what I mean? Like, that's
I could tell everything where JJ is right now, and that would not be good, JJ. So I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Of course you wouldn't.
So I can tell that you're just adversarial, Mel. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
If my salvation is not in trouble at all, and I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Oh, I've felt a lot of things from the Lord, and this doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that you're friends with all those who are against me. Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not a friend. I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are.
I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about. Your sister, I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's apparently, you know.
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, that's Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms all of those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever receive what you think you received. Nobody has seen that but you. There's no witness. The witness, Joseph Smith, Oliver Cowdery, Martin Harris, the 8 witnesses, they all showed up.
Is there a witness when Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that to Joseph Smith by himself in the grove? Was there a witness?
No, but they had it later with other people. That was one experience, but others joined in later. When he brought other people into it, they had experiences.
Scriptures, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
That Joseph was alone when he saw God the Father and Jesus Christ? Yes, he was alone.
He was alone.
But he had to open it up first.
That's not a pattern at all.
Honey, what I'm saying is that after he saw that and other people joined in, they saw the things with him. He wasn't alone. There was a witness for them. There was no witness. Anybody's never seen what you've seen or experienced what you've seen. That is your own witness, but nobody said that.
No, God knows it, and I will never deny it. For my soul would be at stake if I did. So you can say it didn't happen to me, Mel, but if I say it, then I am accountable. You didn't witness it.
Okay,
I did.
But your behaviors is not, okay, I understand that's what you believe you saw, but this is the thing, as I see, is that your behavior is not one of somebody that's in Christ. Your behavior. What?
Never had any idea that you would be the person of all people to turn me. I cannot.
I am asking questions and I am concerned for you. That is what somebody does when they care.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned. You sound pissed off.
I'm not. I am troubled. Maybe that's the better word. Troubled. Because these things, like you being with Chad before he's even divorced, is unusual behavior for a person that's seen Jesus Christ.
I was never with him and he was never divorced.
Honey, I've seen you guys together. Oh, so I haven't ever seen you with, I've never seen you with Chad kiss him and walk around the track at BYU with him. I never saw that. You see,
you were the one just feeling guilty about being with someone before they were divorced.
Oh, honey. I think that's not what we're talking about here.
Wait, it's not what we're talking about here. That's what I'm saying. You are going off the deep end.
Well, I'm just saying this is not a behavior of someone that sees Jesus Christ. It's not the behavior.
Really? Have you ever seen Jesus Christ? So do you know what the future behavior would be if you had seen Jesus Christ?
I know that when I prayed.
Each of you every day, and he does protect me, and he is protecting me, and he will protect me against this accusation as well. And we will both stand there with him, and you tell me if I was lying or not. But we're both standing there with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Damn.
And Miss Gibb, it sounded like that call abruptly ended. What happened?
Just disconnected. Sometimes it disconnects in that particular area that we're in.
When this phone call takes place, did you know the location of Chad and Lori?
No,
They hadn't shared that with you?
no.
At the beginning of the call, we hear some laughter. Do you know who was laughing? Do you remember? Maybe I'll ask it this way. Did Chad and Lori seem upset when you called them initially?
Oh, no.
Did they seem to be in pretty good moods?
Yes,
And this is December 8th of 2019.
correct.
JJ is still missing at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lori talks to you about there being a danger that there's people after me. Do you know what she was referencing? Had she ever talked to you about that?
She just said that she felt Kay and her father and her other brother, not Alex, seemed like there might have been another, like a cousin or something. And possibly she put in there the police. It's kind of, lots of conversations together. But anyway, that they were all after her.
Did she ever express why these people were after her, why she thought they were?
Because she considered them dark. They knew who she was spiritually, and so their goal was to take JJ, and possibly her life might have been in danger.
And again, to the best of your knowledge, who was it that would determine if someone was light or dark?
And that was Chad.
And you talk in there to her about why she would say JJ was with you, correct?
Right.
And she ends up, Lori makes a comment along the lines of she just needed someone so she didn't have to say where he really was. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you where JJ was?
No.
We also hear Lori on there make a comment that JJ is safe and happy. Do you recall that?
I do.
At any point, did you ever have any additional conversations with her where she explained what she meant by that?
I don't think so.
So she just says he's safe and happy.
Yes,
And this is on December 8th of 2019.
that's right.
Last time you saw JJ alive was September 22nd of 2019, correct?
Correct.
And in this recording, Lori mentions Kay as being dark, correct?
That's right.
You say you've never met Kay,
Briefly, I have.
just briefly?
Yeah.
At this point in time, did you really know Kay?
No,
Had you met her?
briefly.
Just briefly? What about the sister-in-law that Chad refers to? Do you know who that is?
He was referring, was it Heather Daybell? I think her name was.
Had you ever met Heather Daybell?
I had not at that point. I had never met her.
And we hear Chad in there as well talk about that Tammy was physically falling apart and she just passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes,
But yeah, in there, we also hear Chad say that he knew Tammy was going to die.
right.
And we also hear Chad say he knew he was going to have basically a second life.
Right.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Had you ever heard or talked to Chad before about him believing Tammy was going to die?
He was shared that information publicly at a few conferences that she was going to pass away at some point early.
And do you recall ever having conversations with Lori about the belief that Tammy was going to die?
Yes,
And did Lori believe that Tammy was going to pass away?
I believe she did.
Did she tell you where she got that information from?
From Chad.
There's a statement in there for someone who knows as much as you know, from Lori to you. Do you know what she's referring to there?
Well, she referenced also the word teachings in there, the teachings that they felt that their teachings of light and dark and multiple lives were a more of a higher, kind of more of a mystery learning. And so she felt that I would be in danger before God for knowing that and then turning on all that knowledge that she shared.
So talking about the knowledge you had from their teachings, that you would have to account for that in the next life,
Correct.
or I guess after this life, whichever way
Correct.
they said
Yeah,
it.
right.
And you talked about that you weren't always comfortable with things.
Right.
Do you recall what some of the things were that you were referencing?
So the idea of they referred to dark people as zombies at some point, that was a little different. Them getting together and being, married multiple times, it was a little different. They're just all their teachings that are not standard teaching from our church. I never, 100% believed it. There was some uncertainty there. So just any of those new ideas that we've talked about today.
And I think we talked earlier, and you'd indicated you were open to some of the teachings or ideas, but
Yeah.
that you didn't fully believe them.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And in that recording, Lori, again, she indicates that she knows where JJ is, correct?
That's correct.
And Chad's right there with her when you're talking to her.
That's right.
Ms. Blake, we're right about at the noon hour. Is there?
I was gonna say, I think this may be a good point to take it, the lunch hour.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and do that. We will recess for the noon hour for 1 hour. I will remind the jurors again over the lunch break. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Thank you for those in attendance for maintaining order pursuant to the court's conduct order, and we'll be back around 1 o'clock for continuing testimony.
All rise, please.
Wow. Let me just say this. As interesting as it would be to be a juror, particularly on this trial, I would find it very difficult to have heard all of the things that we just heard this morning and have no one to talk about it with. That would be so incredibly hard for me. because when there was the scripture standoff, both of them going back and forth about whose scripture quoting was correct for the situation, and then Melanie telling Lori that she was full of natural carnal desires, and it was a lot. And I would not be able to go another, 6 weeks and just be sitting on that information, not be able to tell anybody. It would be too much for me. But we're going to break all of this down tonight because there are some really important parts in that phone call that I want to talk about. Plus, I want to hear, what we're going to finish listening to the direct examination by Miss Blake. And if there's any whatever happens this afternoon after lunch, we're going to be talking about it tonight. And it's going to have I think it's going to be all Mel G. Because at this point, I don't even think that I'm going to, even if Pryor finishes crossing her today, if she finishes on direct, Pryor gets up to cross and he finishes crossing. And that's where and then they, for some weird reason, there's time for another witness, and it's not Melanie P. Or even maybe David or Zulema. But if it's not, you guys take my meaning, okay? This has got me all kinds of there's so many thoughts in my brain that the actual thoughts pertaining to the conversation I'm trying to have with you guys are not coming through. So this is a problem. So I'm going to end it now. We will be back tonight to talk about all of this, okay? Sometime between 8 p.m. Eastern and 9 p.m. Eastern, I need to check and make sure that I'm not streaming over somebody, because I try not to do that. But anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. If you haven't done so, oh, there I am. I thought I wasn't on stage. If you haven't done so already, would you do me a big favor and give your girl a thumbs up or a thumbs down? It doesn't matter. Just one or the other, something. It keeps me in the algorithm, and I appreciate it very much. All right, y'all. I'll see you tonight. Have a good rest of your Thursday afternoon. Bye.